1, 2, 1, 2, test. S. Bože sačuvaj. 1, 2, test. S. Jedan. Čak samo da ovo namjestim, molim te. Test. S. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. S. sakrijem ovu. Ja, evo napravim.
Ja se taj sad vidim dole. Daj nam je.
Hajde, volim štopi. Kako se kupuje, zašto? To je plako. Nego mikrofon mi zuju, rekao sam promijenio ga, dobro.
Dobre. Radi. Ma tamo se sta per
Z.
Hoćeš li gore na stage?
Pa kontam da je najbolje na stage, jo, šta ti kažeš, hoćeš sve jedno? Maja, ajde. Ja ću prvo gore završiti ovo, Maja. Super, odlično, odlično. Sofija, kad dole sjedi. Samo reći, gdje ćete vi stajati ispred stolice, ali ću gore na binu se penjati, ući ispred. A ja ću otvoriti od ozgo, a onda vi dole.
S. Jedan.
Okay.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you. It's always the same here, like, always cannot see anybody, but great. So, without any further ado, let's open up the Point Conference. This year, we are gathering here for the 11th time, like not here, basically. This is not the only venue of the Point Conference that we have ever had. Many of you remember. Actually, let me start by asking a question. How many of you here are here for the first time at Point Conference? Okay, wow, quite a few people. How many of you have been here for like 2 to 5 times? Okay. 5 to 10? Okay. And 11? Okay, so 3, 4 of us have been here for the 11th time. Actually, why I'm asking this is like, you know, back in the day when we started in 2012, actually, like, you know, it started in a way that we didn't want to have just another meeting of regional people who are always gathering the same people and meeting the same faces and talking about the same issues. And then we basically said, okay, let's make this a bit more fun. Let's make this like, you know, let's bring people from outside of the region, let's bring new people into the room and let's organize a conference. And basically, we thought so in December, we had the idea in December 2011 and 0.1 happened in February 2012. And like, you know, ever since, like, you know, there were some people at the time that actually heard our need and started like working with us on Point. And like, you know, basically, I just want to mention some of the people who have been with us since the start and like, you know, who have supported Point Conference from the beginning. Basically, NED, National Endowment for Democracy, and Balkan Trust for Democracy have been with us basically from the start of the Point Conference. So I actually want to kind of give them a shout out in the beginning, like, you know, for the, and I think that's one of the main reasons that we are here for the 11th time. So like, you know, can we give a round of applause to them? Thank you. And then, like, you know, starting from something that has been going on for 11 years, there's the thing that's actually today here for the first time. For the first time, we have actually cooperated with somebody in actually designing the program of the conference, which also made my life easier because I didn't have to curate the 2 days of the conference, but only like a little bit more than 1 day. So, and this is a great experience for us, and like, you know, we really love it, and we hope that we can do more of these things in the future. So like, you know, more than half of today's program is going to be curated and like, you know, produced by Mixer from Poland. And like, you know, I also want to thank them for being such great partners and like, you know, being here with us for the past couple of months. So like, can we give a round of applause for them? And on top of that, like, you know, as every year, there's like a lot of other people who have been helping us with this. And I just want to mention a couple. Basically, like, you know, the Action C and C Check network have been like, you know, always here. Like, okay, Action C from the beginning, C Check not from the beginning because it didn't exist when Point started, but like, you know, since the beginning of the C Check network, they were with us co-organizing things and like, you know, making this like, you know, into an event that it is. So like, you know, they are here with us. Then there's also then there's also like, you know, a couple of other cooperations that we have this year. We have support from the Open Society Foundations Western Balkans. We have support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands through this also great regional cooperation that we have with the Anti-Disinfo Hub, Balkans Anti-Disinfo Hub project that we have. And then, like, you know, in my opinion, last but not the least, definitely is the partnership with DT Institute from the US, who have also helped us curate some of the program on the conference. And basically, like, you know, let's give the last round of applause to everybody who's helping us this year. If I missed anybody, which I frequently do, I'm sorry. And with like, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Like, we have a great program coming up, and we don't want to be like taking too much time because it's a very strict schedule today, and like it lasts long. Point 1011. Does anybody know why are we this year 1011, not 11? Philip? Yes, it's like the binary 11. We just kind of wanted to address like this whole analog versus digital situation that we have in the moment, and like we kind of wanted to start communication with the, you know, like the digital realm through changing the numbers into binary numbers at points. So like, you know, welcome to point 1011. I hope you have a great time. Thank you. We open the conference.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Tijana Cvjetičanin, and I'll be presenting research that we did on Ukraine disinformation narratives in Bosnia and in the Balkans, and we'll have a panel that will discuss similar examples from different places as well. I'll just ask the tech people in charge to put up the presentation now, please. Yes? No? Yes? Okay, so maybe a little intro before it appears on the screen. What we did is we took, okay, here we go. Okay, so we run a fact-checking website called Raskrinkavanje that debunks all sorts of disinformation and false narratives that's published in the media and in social media. And what we did is we took, okay, this is not working. Guys, can you put up the next slide, please? It's not, okay. Got it. So what we did is we dove into a lot of content that we debunked from January of 2022, when it was already kind of clear that Russia is going to invade Ukraine, to October of the same year when we did a wrap-up, and we took all the things that we debunked and we divided it into something that we call disinformation narratives. And we define disinformation narratives as these like stories that are based on disinformation, and they're not just like random claims, but they're trying to tell you a story, and they're trying to make you, you know, think certain things and come to different conclusions based on false information that they use. And when we did this, we figured out that out of all of the things that we debunk, and we really debunk everything from like very, you know, silly, you know, things about, I don't know, like, you know, fake news that's used for clickbait, to anti-vaccination narratives or pandemic denial, etc. And Ukraine disinformation narratives, those that were kind of created to warp perception of the invasion of Ukraine, came on top. It was more than 1/3 of the content that we could put into something that's called a disinformation narrative. So this is, yeah, I just said that. This is something that we kind of, when we extrapolated all of this, we came to 6 dominant narratives. So basically 6 frameworks, 6 big stories that Russian propaganda was gonna have you believe are true, and which were definitely not close to truth. So here are those stories. Why is this thing not listening to me? Where do I point it? There we go. So the most dominant one that was represented in most of the content that we debunked was one about a supposed biological or chemical or even nuclear weapon program that Ukraine was either having already or trying to develop. And one of the prominent themes in this narrative was the story about Ukraine, well, US military biolabs stationed in Ukraine that were supposed to do very sci-fi things like create biological weapons based on Russian DNA. There's no such thing, obviously. That was supposed to target only Russian people to kind of commit almost like, you know, DNA-based genocide. And this was like a short digression. This was a story that even made the Russian embassy in BiH in Bosnia here attack us directly for debunking because they were so, very, very attached to that story and presented it as true, that it was kind of outrageous that we would even claim that there aren't US military biolabs trying to create biological weapons in Ukraine. Another one that was really prominent was about nuclear weapons, and while at the same time you would hear Putin like more or less explicitly threatening, nuclear war, at the same time we would have this being peddled that actually it's Ukraine that is trying to get the world at the brink of nuclear war. The second narrative that we encountered that was pretty much present only at the beginning was the one that was kind of praising Russian military might, presenting Russia as the most advanced military force in the world. And this is something that kind of dwindled over the course of the invasion. It would be, in my interpretation, something that was attempted at the beginning when it was still believed that it's going to be like a blitzkrieg type of situation, that they're going to kind of swoop in and like take over the country within 10 days. This didn't happen, and this narrative slowly faded. So we don't see this much of these stories anymore, but at the time it was like a very triumphant discourse saying, yes, we're winning, yes, we're unstoppable, yes, we're invincible, etc. And Vladimir Putin is like the almighty leader. One part, a somewhat absurd part of that narrative was also a denial of war crimes and targeting civilians that had happened from the very beginning. This we did not see stop. This is still happening, as everyone, I'm sure, are aware. There is this one that I'm sure pretty much all of us know, and that's that Russia was kind of made attack Ukraine, that it was just responding to the threat of NATO expansion, that was promised not to happen, but then the Western countries broke the promise that was given at the end of the Cold War, etc., etc. So this is something that I would say is very successful in the region. This is something that a lot of people here actually believe. And there was also the story of a proxy war, so it was being presented as not an invasion of Russia of Ukraine, but a war that actually Russia is waging against the West, whatever the West is. Sometimes it's US, sometimes it's NATO, sometimes it's both. There's this one that's particularly nasty, that is either, denying that Ukraine is a state, that it has any kind of statehood, or presenting it as some kind of a Nazi state. So this is something that has really, really gained a lot of traction as well. Not a lot to say about that one. And then we have, come on, no? Okay. Sanctions, narrative, I have 30 seconds. So we had a narrative about sanctions, that they're not working, sanctions against Russia. It was presented as something that is hurting Europe the most, that it's hurting West more than it's hurting Russia. And we even encountered claim that Russian economy is booming, not even suffering, but also booming as effect of Western sanctions against Russia. There were some very horrible examples of trying to portray Europe as this kind of like wasteland as a result of Russian sanctions, but we don't have time for that. And the last one, this one is particularly interesting. We had a lot of inventing fake news. This is really hard to put in an intelligible sentence. So there was a lot of fake news about fake news. It would be claims that Western media are producing fake news, and how it appeared to us would be like some sort of like pro-Russian source would take a picture and say, this is what the West is presenting as war crimes in Ukraine, but it would have nothing to do with Ukraine, and it was never broadcast in any of the Western media. So that was kind of like a meta a fake news situation that they would create. And we had an interesting segment of that where like our own very own homemade Twitter trolls who were posing as Ukraine or Western propagandists and trying to create this false illusion that basically, Western media and Western sources are trying to make up stories about the war in Ukraine. And these are the top-rated sources, the media, that would peddle these kinds of narratives. So this is outside of the social media, outside of the profiles of Twitter trolls, etc. They are all based in Serbia. Sputnik Serbia, like the Russian outlet that's based there and broadcasts, writes in our language, is a prominent one, but not the most prominent one. The most prominent ones are those that are basically pro-government tabloids in Serbia that have been the most active in kind of spreading or reposting these narratives. So if there are any other questions, super happy to answer during the panel or in the break, but now we don't have time, so I'll ask Philip to quickly step in and get his presentation.
Thank you, Tiana. It's an honor and pleasure to attend Point for 11th time virtually, and I don't know at what time I was. So I'm gonna share the experiences of the network of organizations which are united through the project of Western Balkans Anti-Disinformation Hub. And we are trying to build a system that will expose foreign malign influences that express themselves through disinformation and related forms of propaganda. The idea of the project has started from the perception that the disinformation in the region is not targeting one single country, even though there is disinformation created locally. The disinformation that promotes foreign malign interests is usually spread cross-border, and it is usually copied, like Tiana said, from between different countries and in different ways. What we are doing is joining forces of several different types of organizations, including organizations which are long-term fact-checkers, part of the International Fact-Checking Network, part of the European Fact-Checking Standards Network, and organizations which bring other different capacities on the table, such as think tanks or organizations that work with media and investigative journalists. Our network is based in all 6 Western Balkan countries. Oops, sorry. Thank you. And is supported by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. So the organizations all work on different types of activities which are basically boiled down to gathering knowledge and producing content that is both educational for the public, but is also helping build capacities of the media to understand the situation, and so they can report better based on the already established capacities or strengths of each partner, but also combining forces in new forums in order to document and to basically combine the information so we can track the spread of this information, and then to not only report about it, but going into 2 different directions. To incite investigative journalism, so to go deeper beyond the realm of fact-checking or analysis, which is a feature of the work of the organizations, and also towards advocacy, to provide recommendations and to incite policy making at the level of society, of each of our societies, in order to have more stakeholders join in. So basically, what Tiana presented is also relevant for the region. However, it is also important to note that different types of disinformation narratives are used to frame in an adapted way the thinking and the acquisition of information by people in different countries, because the circumstances are different. Each countries have different types of problems, and these disinformation campaigns and disinformation narratives are also targeting the particular divisions and weaknesses of these societies. So, in a general sense, these disinformation narratives are anti-Western, anti-democracy, anti-liberal democracy in effect. They promote some different versions of democracy or authoritarianism, and they are meant to sow distrust, both in the international system of law and order, in the international institutions, and also in the institutions of the country. So they could be replaced by some authoritarian or mafia or populist structures. In particular, EU and NATO are presented as a threat and as a damaging factor, especially by reviving the narratives that were also present in the Balkans in the 90s, where there was a really huge propaganda shaping people's minds. In terms of Ukraine, for instance, we had narratives that the sanctions are damaging the countries, or support for Ukraine is damaging the country. For instance, in North Macedonia, which provided some of its surplus weaponry to Ukraine, there are now narratives that this has hurt the economy, that our poor country is not able to support, it should not support different countries or provide aid, humanitarian or otherwise, and they are now we are defenseless. So this is also based on ignoring reality, ignoring the European and Atlantic integration of the region. However, this is really important to take into account that the reasons why this narrative spread are systemic. So they are related to numerous factors that are endemic to the societies and that can be tackled only by joint work of all society and different stakeholders. It's not up to fact checkers, it's not up to professional journalists, investigators, but also we have to take into account that disinformation is not only a media or media literacy problem, but it's also a security problem, and it has to be tackled with great care and with an effort that, similar to the network of joining different organizations in the Balkans, should join also the factors in society, both at country level and also at regional level. In North Macedonia, we have a good example of this, where over time we built a system of consultations between the non-governmental organizations, both those interested in media development and those interested in anti-disinformation work. And when we issued the demand to the government to continue to build up a system that would be a national strategic network for dealing with this problem, due to political will that exists, it was accepted, and we are now moving forward toward building such a policy framework. So we would be happy to share more about this and to expand the network of cooperation in order to fight this problem together and to build resilience of all our societies through all society approach. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Olga Marovic. I represent Lviv Media Forum. Actually, I serve as the head of the organization. Couple of things about our organization until my presentation will be launched. We are a media support organization in Ukraine dealing with development of Ukrainian media sector, but also building platforms for cooperation of Ukrainian and foreign media professionals. Today I will be presenting our last research done in cooperation with the Ukrainian media organizations. It is a research on disinformation messages that are spread by quality Western media based in the EU. So to start, these, like you can see the countries we targeted by our research. Why we how we did the whole thing. So we cooperated with Detector Media, which made a great job of analyzing content of EU-based media with big data instruments. And we looked on the results of the research to find out what countries spread the most negative narratives on Ukraine regarding this war. So, but we also considered the role the countries play in helping Ukraine to resist in this war. So we targeted 5 countries: France, Germany, Italy, Hungary, and Latvia. This is how we made the whole research. We conducted analysis, as I've mentioned, of quantity data and combining list of narratives. Then we analyzed the media landscape in the target countries after we conducted in-depth interviews with media professionals. Because our goal was to answer the question, not the question, what are the narratives, but why are they spread in quality media that considered to be following the standards. So you can see what was our research focus. I won't stop on this slide. And these are the narratives we took for our research. Many of those narratives my colleagues presenting before me were also mentioning. And what issues did we see in this regard when talking with the local experts, when analyzing the local media fields? There is a lack of local experts in Ukraine in those countries that were targeted by us. Also, many media are seeking false balance between Ukrainian and Russian position because of the standards they are following. The media communities have a lack of self-regulatory and monitoring mechanism to find out whether the content they produce is reflecting the reality. Also, they still widely use Russian information sources and have inertia of perception of Ukraine through Russian lens. What can be done? Because I'm here presenting a block of what can be done on an international level. We have a much more extensive list of what can be done on Ukrainian level inside the country, and that's what we are working on right now with our Ukrainian colleagues. But as for the international level, we should monitor and block pro-Russian media because they are often a source of propaganda. We should even those who work in exile. We found out, for example, that they just publish the messages from the Ministry of so-called Defense of Russia as news without giving a background. Also, to ensure Ukrainian viewpoint in all materials on Ukraine, because it's lack of it. Integrate context when the Russian viewpoint is opposed to the Ukrainian one. And engage Ukrainian experts in when covering Ukraine. Use appropriate language, what is crucial. Use appropriate language concerning the conflict, the war, and use Ukrainian spellings instead of Russian ones, because we still see that Kiev, Lvov, Odessa is used. These are Russian names given to Ukrainian cities. So you can find the research in 5-6 languages under this QR code. I can also share with you more after the presentation, and we will be ready as a media organization to work with your organizations, with your initiatives to debunk those narratives in media in your countries, because it's a really widespread problem.
Thank you, Olga. I will now invite our panelists to join us for the first panel, where we're going to discuss a little bit more in detail of this, like, whoops, should have taken this off. So the panel is called How to Spin an Invasion, and the thing that is obviously the issue here is what are these efforts, some of which we have seen in the presentations, to kind of try to portray this thing as a completely different thing. So sometimes it's attempts to portray it as Russia's self-defense, sometimes it's attempts to portray it as Russia just like taking back something that it's already theirs, etc., etc. There's a lot of narratives that have different angles sometimes into how these things are spun through the propaganda and disinformation narratives. So I might now ask Eto Buziashvili, I did it right?
Perfect
Yeah.
Georgian pronounce.
From Atlantic Council to give us maybe a comparison on, because this war did not start in 2022, it started in 2014, and the narratives have not started in the last year. They have been around for a long time, but they have also been around before related to Georgia as well, some of them. So could you give us like a little bit of a historic snapshot on what has changed? How are they different? Are they similar to what they're similar? What was the, you know, the development, the evolution of these narratives?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to go back to 2008. It's actually when all these narratives started. Because what Russia tested in Georgia, then they took it to Ukraine and advanced it. 2008 August war, the Russia's invasion of Georgia. What we have seen in Georgian information space was that Russia was blaming Georgia for planning to attack Russia or the region, South Ossetia, which is currently occupied by Russia. And these narratives were there present in Georgian information space. But back then, Russia did not take this much time and effort to spin and amplify these narratives. They invaded Georgia, and that's it. Then in 2014, what we saw that these narratives were taken to Ukraine and advanced. Basically, we've been seeing how Russia has been blaming Ukraine for planning attack its eastern regions, how Russia was the guarantor of the security in region, etc., etc. And then we saw that these same narratives were recycled in 2022, in the pre-reinvasion period of Ukraine. So basically, we did a couple of research back in 2022. We were studying how the information space around Ukraine and Russia has been evolving and what were the narratives that Russia was testing in the pre-invasion period. Interestingly, of course, back in 2022, we saw that Russia was preparing an information space and pretext to invade Ukraine. But still, in autumn 2022, there were many, conferences, talks, discussions, not only in NGO, but political circles. And the question was the only one: is Russia going to reinvade Ukraine or not? And in this time, if you remember, it was November when Maxar Technologies, they released the satellite imagery showing that Russia had built up its army, weapons, basically taking everything to the border with Ukraine. But still, the question was if Russia was going to reinvade Ukraine. So back then, we decided to research the Kremlin-owned media. We just randomly selected 10 online outlets to see how they were changing, what were the narratives, etc. And one of the interesting findings we already had back in January 2022, a month before reinvasion, was that Kremlin-owned media outlets dramatically increased the narrative that Ukraine was planning to attack Russia or its eastern regions. And this increase happened, this increase was 50%. So basically we saw that the Kremlin media outlets were basically shaping all the information space to just claim and blame Ukraine for planning to attack Russia and to plan to start the war. And the same was happening back in 2008. Yeah, basically we decided to monitor the information space, selecting with 6 keywords like Ukraine, attack, war, etc., etc., and to measure all these increases. Of course, compared to 2008, the means and the time spent by Russia was dramatically bigger. There were many tools deployed, starting from official Kremlin websites and so-called media outlets to social media accounts to anonymous ones. All the language skills were deployed. Of course, these narratives were not spread in Russian. And the narratives to prepare the world for blaming Ukraine to start the war differed. Because, as mentioned by previous speakers, the narrative that will work in one country, it will not work in other country, right? So the main tactic is to spread conflicting narratives on what's happening so that you fuel negative emotions in those countries. So what we saw, one of the examples that was popping up frequently was that, yes, Ukraine is planning to attack, but another narrative that we observed was that Russia was frequently using weapons of mass destruction, the WMD-related narratives. They were claiming that Ukraine is going to use dirty bombs or tactical nuclear weapons, etc., to provoke the war. And this was one of the major narratives used not only in Ukraine, but in Georgia too. As you mentioned in your research, you were talking about the biolabs narratives, right? And of course, this might sound funnier for us, but the narratives blaming the US for developing them, I know, some viruses, blaming Ukraine for having some labs where the experiments are run on humans, they are not funny. They were just meant to be the long-term narratives which will then be recycled and used in a proper way. Another dimension of the narratives that we were observing was that Russia is the main guarantor in the region of the peace, and that Ukraine is basically the one that wants to undermine the peace. In addition to the increased number of the messaging that I mentioned, that in January we saw that this narrative that Ukraine is going to attack Russia rose dramatically by 50%, and it's a huge number. We also saw that these narratives were becoming more hostile. If, for example, in November, Russia was saying that Ukraine is violating the ceasefire agreement, in December they were claiming that Americans are training Ukrainian fighters for provocations. Then in January, we were seeing that Russia was saying that Ukraine will be using dirty bombs for false flag operations to basically invade Ukraine. I'll stop here. I know I'm Georgian. I cannot make it short, but yeah, I'll
you have a lot to say, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
I mean, the lab thing was used in Georgia as well, as far as I can remember. It was very similar, almost identical. And it was also interesting, like at the time when the buildup of the troops was happening, I think it was virtually this one of the analysis that we did about these 6 narratives. It was virtually until the day of the invasion that they denied that they are going to attack. So this was something that was very interesting to follow. So the troops were already there, and there was already intelligence that was kind of declassified and published from the US services, and they still denied, like moving in, they still denied that they're going to attack. So this was something that was quite big in the region, which brings me to Nikola Petrovic from ISAK Fund from Belgrade. And as we saw in our research as well, because we track basically this information that's in our language, it doesn't have to come from Bosnia. So that's why we have a lot of media from Serbia, as well, prominent champions on our website. Serbia has been the hub of political disinformation of all sorts, but especially pro-Russian ones, the tabloids from Serbia. So could you give us a little bit more, what were the mechanics of how this spreads within the country? Like, who does it, where does it go to, how does it flow, what does it look like from Serbia perspective?
Thank you, Diana. It's always a pleasure to be a representative of Serbia on any of this kind of a conference, because we are the guilty ones. But that's where the answer to your question lies. Why is the Serbia the guilty one? It's very simple. We are not just the ones who, like all the other countries, not just in the region, but around the world, are on the receiving end of disinformation campaign coming from Russia and other sources. We also have certain campaigns from China, especially concerning their relationship with the US. But let's concentrate on what's the hot topic now. It's very simple. Due to historical reasons and due to economic and political ties that Serbia has with the Russian Federation, it was a most fertile ground in Europe for developing successful media campaign strategies. First of all, Russian Federation and its officials knew that Serbia will not impose sanctions to Russia, and this also is tied to any sanctions tied to media outlets. So we have Sputnik offices in Serbia, we have RT offices in Serbia, and of course their policy is a wonderful opportunity for any local or small media. They offer you their news, any of their news, for free. And any small outlet will, of course, want to have as many clicks. That's what brings money. So they're not going to publish RT or Sputnik articles, republish articles about, I don't know, new ballet that is happening in Moscow theaters. They're going to republish those articles about the war in Ukraine and all the narratives that were mentioned by all previous three speakers, including you, Philip, and the lady on my side. So the mechanism of this is very simple. We allow it, they exploit it, and all the other medias saw this as, firstly, an economic opportunity, and then it becomes a major narrative. On your presentation, you clearly said, not majority, 100% of the sources of the news that you're debunking come from the Serbian media. That, and you must not forget, this also has to do with how successful this campaign was in Serbia. And this campaign in Serbia, you're talking about 2022, 2014, 2008, where those campaigns and when they started. For us, they started, well, back in 90s. And then they enhanced with each incident which turned Serbian public further against West. And of course, politicians always use the most basic emotions because they're the easiest to manipulate. And what I disagree with on your presentation, where you listed a number of narratives, I don't think there are that many narratives which are actually separated. I see basically this as one, or let's stick to the two, but they're basically one narrative. The two are, we're the good guys, we the Russians are the good guys, and the West are the bad guys. And the second is, you know, fear-mongering. Not war-mongering, but fear-mongering. Are you sure you want to mess with us? But they still are joined into this one great narrative. You should not attack Russia. You should not support the West. You should support our goals, because in the long term, that's the only thing that makes sense. All narratives, biolabs, West is evil, their democracy is fake, they're against our traditional values, they want to impose LGBTs to rule us and steal our children.
God forbid.
Yes, those all narratives are supposed to create that one feeling in the majority of population. And it works, unfortunately, because it's running for so long in Serbia.
So I think what you're describing is like a broad discursive frame where this happens, these smaller narratives. I mean, I skipped that because of the time, but we had quite an interesting methodology in how we defined what a narrative is and how we kind of extrapolated it from all the like individual claims. I also, listening to you, remember that I skipped 1 out of 6 and I just presented 5. The one that I skipped was actually the one that is very reminiscent of the 90s, and that's the one that like the Western media are making up war crimes or even making up war scenes in general, saying that basically we're not committing war crimes. This is all just a result of a Western propaganda against us as the righteous ones, whichever line of righteousness is taken. It's either like we're defending Christianity, we're defending family values, we're defending traditional values, etc., etc. So both were used in Serbia, both are used in Russia. There's a lot of overlap there, definitely, and thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder as well.
No problem.
With this, I would go to Olga from Lviv Media. Did I say Lviv right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The question that I would have for you, based on your presentation, what you mapped out in how it happens in European, in EU countries actually, is this, the interesting thing for me there is like, what are the cracks, what are the vulnerabilities that make this possible? Like, what is the European information and media environment? Like, where is it weak in a sense that it becomes susceptible to these types of propaganda? Because some of them are quite outrageous and quite unlikely to gain traction, but then they do. Why?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and the answer to this question is like. I was a bit surprised by this, because the answer lies in the standards the media should meet and they want to meet, but these standards they foresee balancing. And that's what causes usage of Russian sources to cover war in Ukraine, and what makes those media weak, at least weaker than they should be in this situation. The second reason is that the media outlets, the media professionals in the first range are sure that they have all the procedures in place, and also they underestimate the risk of being poisoned. Yes, being poisoned by Russian propaganda. So they are sure that everything, that they considered everything, but still it is something when you rely on yourself too much and you don't look into the risk map. It's always like this, because they actually don't have procedures in place focusing on Russian propaganda. That's what we found out. We asked media professionals whether they do pay special attention to Russian propaganda, whether they do have special procedures on checking the messages they get from the Russian sources, and they don't. They don't. Like, they have general rules which are not very efficient in this situation.
Thank you. I will ask you now to give a very short answers, because we want to have the open mic for the audience as well. The question for you is, what's the purpose, and is this purpose accomplished, of this propaganda and these narratives in Europe, but also in other places of the world?
Yeah, so there are two goals that Russia is pursuing. First is domestic one. For the domestic audience, Russia wants to maintain the support for prolonging the war in Ukraine. For the external audiences, the goal is to justify the war in Ukraine and decrease the support of Ukraine. And the external audience, of course, differs. The external audience is kind of divided into three: the Ukrainian audience, the Western audience and the so-called term, the global South. So for the Ukrainian audience, Russia wants to demoralize Ukrainians. So that's why they are deploying all the narratives that Zelensky was going to flee, or they should, drop the weapons and run, etc., etc. For the West, the narrative is that, the weapons that you are giving to Ukraine, the Ukrainians are reselling these weapons. And that's how they are trying to decrease the support for Ukraine. And for the global South, I would draw attention to two parts of the world, Latin America and Africa. For the African countries, Russia is trying to deploy all this whataboutism narrative to kind of demonize the West and say that they were colonial powers. And it was pretty much okay to conduct the war, so why cannot we conduct the wars? And for Latin America, it's basically the same, the Russia Today, Sputnik, all the official disinformation platforms, they are just running in Spanish languages. Russia have been investing lots and lots in the language capabilities to enlarge the audience and to bring these narratives to many countries. So basically, yeah, the audiences differ, but the goal is the one, to decrease the support to Ukraine and to justify Russia's reinvasion and all the war crimes that Russia is committing during the reinvasion.
Thank you. And Nicola, what would you say is the, like we've seen the presentation from Philip as well, and there's a lot of things being done to try to kind of, expose these narratives, educate about them, etc. How successful do you think this is in Serbia in particular?
Well, that's the great question. And unfortunately, I don't have the great answer. There are a lot of debunking organization both in Serbia and in region, and we are trying hard to deal with this issue. And it's a very interesting thing that our disinformation hub actually was started doing its work at the same time that Russians started invading Ukraine, which looks like a really conspicuous coincidence, but it just simply is coincidence. But the effects of our work, especially in Serbia, are quite minimal for a very simple reason. That is that our government is the one that is spreading the disinformation narratives. And we're not talking about Russian influence. We're talking about the system that it's been inherited in Serbia since the 18th century, where you rule by using lies and false narratives. It's using this old maxima of dividing and conquering, keeping the Serbian public constantly polarized and constantly being in aggression against each other. And this also goes for Russian narratives. They're being delivered on, as I said on the previous question, for economic reasons, but also for political reasons, on all national media that have the highest percentage of covering the population of Serbia, while those media that are ready to fight, that debunk and support anti-Russian narratives or anti-aggression narratives, which we can put pretty much sign of equality right now in between, have minimum visibility. Now, when you take that down another notch to us being an NGO who has to fight for any access to any media, our effort basically comes down to preaching to the choir. And that represents the biggest problem. Just to conclude, if you want to change the opinion of the Serbian population concerning our tensions with Kosovo, the Russian aggression of Ukraine, the narrative about Western being the biggest enemy of Slavic nations, plural, then you have to start developing those kind of narratives top down, not the other way around.
Olga, very, very briefly, would you say that these narratives are succeeding to see similar divisions in the EU countries? And if so, are there any where this has been more successful than in others?
Of course. EU countries have first long...
Question for Olga.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was confused. Did you... Sorry. No, please.
Yeah, like it's obvious that the narratives are successful in those countries where the government supports those narratives. So the worst situation is in Hungary, where the government is shaping a pro-Russian politics. That's an obvious thing, but also there are some, I would call, cultural traditions in some societies, like for example French society has strong relations, cultural relations with the Russian society. That's why even media that cover Ukraine in a very quality way, for example, like Libération, they didn't wait for some political changes. They changed the wording used when covering Ukraine, and they use Ukrainian spellings right now, and this was their internal decision taken internally. They even didn't consider that the government still uses Russian spellings. But even when we have good quality media coverage in those societies, still these cultural ties also play a huge role. And you know, the narratives on Ukraine were changing through the history. When starting this war in 2014, Russia tried to convince Western societies that Crimea has always been Russian. But then it started developing and in 2021 the Russian president issued an article where he stated that Ukraine has never existed. And this also influenced many, like a huge share of people in Western media, because most Russian propaganda media in Western countries were banned only after the full-scale invasion. Before, it was considered as a freedom of speech to allow them to work in Western countries.
I think in retrospective, a lot of decisions that were made or rather not made after the 2014 attack seem not so smart from the perspective of the full-scale invasion that happened last year. So I would like to use the time left to open the mic for the audience. If anyone has questions or comments that they want to share and ask, go right ahead. There's one there.
Hi, so I wanted to know for anyone in the panel, when it comes to AI-generated images and videos that are gaining traction now, what do you see happening in the field? Because we've already been tackling disinformation for so long, so how do you see your work getting more complicated? And
hold the mic a bit closer, it's hard to hear you, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Great, wonderful.
Can you hear me now? Did you hear anything of what I said? Okay, so how do your fields and your organizations, I guess, how are they prepared and how are they working towards new technologies that are going to make disinformation, I guess, an even harder issue to tackle?
Does anyone want to take the...
Yeah.
Yeah?
I can start. When monitoring the information space, we observed a couple of instances during the reinvasion of Ukraine, where the Kremlin and the pro-Kremlin actors used deepfakes and AI-generated content to influence the societies. But frankly, they weren't the advanced ones. One was, for example, the video of Zelensky calling Ukrainians to drop the weapons and run away. Another instance was, I think it was, this instance was reported by Ukrainian intelligence service when they uncovered an operation when pro-Kremlin actors presented the Ukrainian Prime Minister his deepfake video and attempted to discredit Ukraine-Turkey relationships through making him call the Bayraktar producing company. Again, these instances were not that much advanced, but of course it does not mean that the AI-generated content will get more advanced. But frankly, at this stage, we have not observed any of the advanced AI deployment during the Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
I fully agree. The problem with the AI-generated images is nothing new, because one picture is worth 1,000 words. We've heard this so many times. So the edited photos, edited pictures, or just pictures as illustrations of narratives has been used for a very long time. And AI-generated images are just a new advanced tools. And as you said, we haven't seen Russians deploy really serious deepfake videos or images to enhance their campaigns. They're mostly still, you know, acted videos or just plain Photoshop images. Nothing new.
Thank you. I just want to add something, a comment, or it's very important to think about empathy. When we talk about Ukrainians in the Balkans, they have not been, let's say historically, so close to the Balkan peoples, because they were part of a larger whole, the Soviet Union, and they were viewed through that lens. And while Russian imperial culture was present even before and had taken root in the local cultures. But what we see is that we have to really take this issue of empathy as a priority, because it is needed both for bridging the divides within our own societies, and we see that the disinformation campaigns are basically used on fear or negating empathy. Sorry. And the targeting is very precise. So you mentioned that because what we see is that in some populations in the Balkans, which were perceived as not pro-Russian, let's say Albanian community, which was historically in recent years completely, how can I say, the disputes over Kosovo and other factors have led to, let's say, not affinity to Russia at all. However, the narratives that target the image of Putin as a promoter of family values, the homophobic anti-LGBT narratives, they have big traction among this population, even if they are perceived as not pro-Russian from the start. So, because also the point of much of this disinformation is not to build love for Russia or even to make them make support for their invasion, just to create chaos and to undermine the functioning of democracy and the European unification, which is based on democracy.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that strategy where kind of the Russian propaganda taps into existing fears or divisions or hot topics. We've seen also one thing that I don't think we mentioned, migration crisis used for that, and we've seen that happening way before the full-scale invasion. We would have like debunking stories about, I don't know, migrants being harassing and raping women in Europe, and European men being emasculated, and then Russia swoops in to kind of restore this kind of like macho masculine. A bunch of these narratives that are basically, yeah. Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, with COVID, the same. They used it to, those biolabs also, like the narrative on biolabs is also based on COVID, because they told stories that there are some labs where these illnesses are produced. So people truly believe that there is a world government which is working against them. So it actually COVID prepared also the basis for the invasion a lot.
Do you have any other questions from the audience? There? Yeah, even we had a lot of our lovely conspiracy theorists saying, aha, so now you kind of played out the pandemic, so now you created the war in Ukraine as a new thing to kind of like, you know, get us to not think about the world government that exists. Go ahead.
This is mostly a question for Mrs. Eto. I want to discuss this further Russification of Georgia, more specifically, of course, South Ossetia and Circassia. How would you describe the war in Ukraine and Crimea being Russified? These regions, I mean, there's a lot of misinformation campaigns. As Mrs. Olga did mention, there is like Crimea has always been Russia, or Ukraine never existed. I mean, there's this Russification of the Near East of the European peninsula. I mean, how do we see this in the 2022 attacks? How is the Georgian Russification by the Soviet alignment coming down in Ukraine now?
Yeah, I guess I can. That's a really great question. First of all, the Russification of occupied regions of Georgia by Russia have been taking in many shapes. There were the following instances. For example, the renaming of the Georgian villages, the name of the Georgian versions into Russian ones. Deleting all the traces of something Georgian. I don't know, it was the villages of Georgia, rivers of Georgia, etc., etc. Like the first step is just you delete the names. Then the second step that we observed in the occupied regions of Georgia was the changing of the history books and giving the alternative version of the history, like how Georgians are bad and Russians are saviors in the regions, etc. And then, of course, using the information space of, I don't know, in the shape of websites, social media, etc., etc. And for now, what we have are the changed perceptions. And I just wanted to briefly mention here that one of the frequently asked questions that we face is, okay, but how something that happens online is translated into offline? How the disinformation works? It works perfectly. It always have the translation and the consequences into offline space. A brief example of NATO. One of the narratives that we have seen that Russia was spreading was that the invasion of Ukraine is the fault of NATO. And then there were conducted various polls in various countries on the European soil and not only. And people were asked, do you think that the invasion of Ukraine is NATO's fault or Russia's fault? And in some of the NATO member countries, we saw that people there, I think it was Greece and Bulgaria, they perceived that the fault lied in NATO or equally in NATO and Russia, not Georgia yet. So yeah, again, all the disinformation narratives, all the information operations, influence operations that we're seeing online will always have translation into offline It will be just a matter of the time and the extent.
Do you have more questions? Not seeing. Oh, no? Yes? Philip?
I wanted just to warn, because you inspired me, some of the templates, like artificial nation, communists created this nation, and so on, they're played out in the Balkans for a long time. Like Tiana said, all the, and Nicola, all these narratives, narrative frames are templates even. I don't know if they can be traced to Soviet influence at the time, or pre-Soviet influence, or imperial influence even in the Balkans of Russia, because we have the example of Protocols of Elders of Zion, which was a fabrication made in the 19th century to demonize the Jewish people. And immediately afterwards in the Balkans, we had a production of false prophets, like a local Nostradamus in Serbia, which were prophesizing a different regime-friendly, or were shaped to present different regime-friendly at the time so-called prophecies. So it is very important to see that, for instance, there are claims that Macedonian, Montenegrin, Bosnian nation are artificial, and so on. It is very important and I hope that there would be an understanding at European and global level how these patterns work, in order to also counter the disinformation which are harming the human rights in different places, not only. So when they say that Ukrainians are fighting for us, in this sense, that their victory is the victory for the free world, it is also relevant on this symbolic and narrative scale. It can help bring the discourse higher.
Actually, you also inspired me saying that disinformation is violating human rights. You know what question I get most often from the Western people? Are you ready for negotiations? I always answer it with another question. Considering that this is a genocidal war, not a war for a territory, but it's a genocidal war. What should be a subject for negotiations? And thank you for saying this. Disinformation violates human rights.
We have seen, I just want to add on that, we have seen also one subsection, I would say, of one of these narratives portraying Volodymyr Zelensky as someone who is harming his people by not surrendering to Russia. And this has been really, it's a particularly vile one, because it literally describes him as someone who is himself a genocidal maniac by not allowing just full-on surrender. So, and this, I'm always amazed by how much support this gets in the comments and in the in the shares, and it becomes viral. This is believable. That's the thing that always fascinates me. This complete warp, this complete twisting of reality, is believable to a lot of people that have been already kind of sensitized to believe these types of narrative, and in a lot of ways because we've had them here, we've had them homegrown here, related to our own wars in the 90s. So that's how it kind of, I think, becomes very easy to believe, even though if it's completely outrageous and not attached to anything that lives in the real world. Go ahead.
The funny thing about the disinformation campaigns that we're seeing now is that they're actually succeeding in people buying disinformation, which is not an original goal of any disinformation campaign. Original goal of any disinformation campaign is actually to create distrust. to make you question your values, your authorities, and who are you going to trust as a source of information. That's the basic goal, and has always been the same. And all nations develop those kind of scenarios. But we've seen in this disinformation campaign people actually buying completely nonsense as a factual situation. And that just shows how successful it is and how Goebbels was actually right, saying that if you repeat the same thing to people, like the narrative, the milk is black, after a while they'll start believing. And it's really sad that we still have not reached that level of education of enough big percentage of population that enough people just say, yo, no, nobody, whoa, no. Sorry for going a little bit there.
Thank you all. I think we're nearing the end. I just want to mention that I'm very sad that our friend from StopFake, the Ukrainian fact-checking website, Yevhen Fedchenko, could not come. He was supposed to come, but then had a health emergency that kind of prevented him from coming. So that's the empty chair at the panel. Thank you, everyone. You've been a great audience, and thank you to our wonderful panelists for coming today.
Jedan, dva. Great.
Aha, bi.
Može, već sam probala.
Is there like a break now or something? Or they're just kind of odd? I don't know if they told you anything.
This nice propaganda t-shirt is from Serbia, from my police group. Pravo na vodu.
I thought that was your NGO. I thought that was your NGO.
No. I'm currently not part of any NGO. But I'm part of many initiatives.
Should I stand up? Sorry, I don't understand. I'm so confused.
Dancing around you.
No.
Hello. So, hope you are ready for the next panel discussion. This chair is a bit big for me, so sorry. So we are starting now with next panel. It's called Embracing the Green Internet. I see that many people are still waiting for their coffee, but we will start because we are a bit short with time and the topic is too broad. So if you have any kind of questions during our presentation, please keep them until the end, because we will be all around with the topics because it's too broad, as I said. And that's why we have, let's say, tight schedule to present everything that we want to say today. So from my right side, I would like to present you Michael J. Ogian. Yeah, great. He's an independent expert, and I would just add, he is also ICT sustainability advocate with many years of experience working all around the region and the world. So Michael will bring us, let's say, main framework of today's discussion. From my left side is Vanja Bertalan. Okay, nice. And he's a human, as you can see. He's a co-founder of the company called Human, and I would also add that he's experienced digital strategist, which is important for today's discussion. So for the start, I would ask Michael to give us kind of introduction to the topic, and we will lean on his presentation in further discussion. So Michael, thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Can everybody hear me? Okay, cool. So to frame this discussion, the first thing I want to just really kind of hit home is that human rights, technology, and the environment intersect in many, many ways. And especially if anybody's focusing on internet access, we cannot really legitimately discuss internet access at all without addressing sustainability, especially in the context of the climate and the various other related environmental crises that we're facing. So everything virtual connects to something physical. That's probably the thesis of this entire presentation. And it's really exemplified by the mobile phone. If you look at something that seems as simple as the phone, it really, you can just really look at two ends of the life cycle of a phone, for instance, as a device, which you can really see then how it connects to human rights and to the environment in particular if you're looking at two specific parts. In the beginning, you have mineral mining, which is often done in conflict zones, and in the end, you have e-waste, or electronic waste. And so, just to give you an idea, if everybody's got a phone probably in their pockets, if not in their hands, and yeah, I see you. If you look, this is a graph from, or a diagram from Fairphone, which is a phone manufacturer based in the Netherlands. And just to give you an idea of how many minerals, metals, materials are going into just a phone, the thing is, many of these metals, many of these materials, not only are they carbon intensive to mine, to process, etc. Often it's done in conflict zones, such as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Often it's done in a way that is violating the rights of indigenous populations, etc., etc. And so we are really sitting on literally a gold mine with our devices. Now, if you turn to the next segment, to the end of the life of a phone, e-waste is something that is just growing exponentially. You know, a lot of times people might be throwing away their phones. They might actually be recycling them. We don't know. I think I can go to the next slide. Maybe not. No. There we go.
Great.
Oh, boom. Yeah, so this is an e-waste. It's called a dumping site in Agbogbloshie, Accra in Ghana. And it just gives you an idea of a lot of the e-waste that's generated in the world. To give you one statistic, in 2019 alone, over $70 billion US dollars worth of e-waste was unrecycled and was just discarded. and only 17.4% or so is actually recycled throughout the world. And a lot of times what happens is dumping. It gets dumped in places like Accra, where then a lot of people are often young kids, young boys, are going around dismantling it, looking for those valuable parts. So this, I'm just mostly focusing on resources and materials. I'm not even addressing energy. And in part, that's because, especially when we're talking about the internet, energy due to efficiency gain isn't even nearly as big of an issue as it used to be. ICTs account for about only 1 to 2% of all carbon emissions throughout the world. Then maybe about 10% of electricity use, if that. But resource use is even bigger. And to give you really just the last little bit to take away from this is that there is no such thing as a cloud. The cloud is in the ground. It's not in the sky. So back to you, Alma.
Thank you, Michael. So I will just add a short intervention, but before that I forgot to present myself. Hi, my name is Alma, and I'm taking a role of moderator today. I am an activist, at least today, but also I would say, political scientist, and I'm part of many initiatives for the protection of green public spaces and common goods. So when you were speaking about e-waste and mineral mining, it came to my mind that problem is also with where do we do that, in which countries? Did citizens participated in decision-making processes? Are these minerals needed for their society, or is it only for some company and so on? So even with this short presentation, you raised such a lot of questions. We'll go a bit into details later on. Also, in what came into my mind that in Bosnia and Herzegovina and also in Serbia recently, we have this big mining operations regarding lithium.
Right.
Also in Bosnia and Herzegovina recently they started to search for cobalt, for silver, gold, many of the critical raw materials that you presented recently. And for now what I know is that in most of these cases citizens were not informed or included in decision-making processes, and that's why today we have a lot of resistance in the field. Furthermore, what we have is that because Bosnia and Herzegovina is still state in transition and it's very close to the, let's say, Western developed countries, my concerns are that we are going to become e-waste dump yard or just a state for pooling resources, unfortunately. So we will see what can be done, let's say from the business perspective. I would like maybe from Vanya to hear how do you perceive from your business community side these green internet technologies? What can be done maybe to green it more, or what are your concerns also?
Well, not much is happening, at least in the region. People need motivation to change their behavior, and businesses are made out of people. And why should they change? Because primary function, I suppose agree, primary function of business is creating profit. And if thinking about the ecosystem is not helping or is not mandatory, then why should they do it? And for motivation to happen, motivation can happen for many reasons. It can happen intrinsically and externally. But usually some kind of incentive, whether positive or negative incentive, helps. And currently there are no such incentives. Well, some things are happening in the ESG arena, driven from the EU, targeted at primarily large companies, and they now have to take some of these things into account. But there are other problems with that thing. But other than that, nothing much is happening. And my firm belief is that the government should be the initiator of those kinds of initiatives, regulations. For example, If we think about going to time capsule, go back 20 years, and think about using seat belts in cars. Nobody was using it. And we were even proud to mention it. Oh, I'm never going to put on the stupid seat belt. And then 20 years later, everyone is doing it because the fines were introduced. And it's at certain point in time, it became stupid for you not to do this simple little thing because you don't want to spend half of your monthly budget on the fines. And yeah, something like that should be done. Unfortunately, governments in the region are not doing the greatest of jobs. Hope something changes in that arena.
I would now want to provoke you.
Yeah, sure.
Let's say, because you are coming from this business side, like, what about greenwashing?
Yeah. Well, when opportunity arises, one should take it, right? And this is a great PR opportunity, and a lot of companies are really taking it. And it's not a good thing. That's one perspective. The other perspective might be any PR is good PR. So if we can get some kind of push through the greenwashing initiatives, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I'm not taking sides here, just opening up other different possibilities. So yeah, I'm kind of divided. I think that ideally companies should direct their efforts towards real change and not greenwashing. But as I mentioned before regarding motivation, that's kind of incentive for companies. If they can get something out of it, they will be more inclined to do it.
Greenwashing is a pretty broad, I would say, concern and issue also, but opportunity, as you said, maybe. Yeah. But Michael, maybe you can give us from your side also perspective on greenwashing.
Well, I would say in general, greenwashing is pretty prevalent throughout the tech industry. I mean, it takes a critical eye to figure out, well, what is being, what is real and what isn't. I mean, there has been some notable examples of good improvements, whether it be supporting things like right to repair, but I want to share something that it's not my personal thought, to be frank. It's something that I saw recently, someone that I'm connected to, and he said something really to me very crisp and succinct when it comes to addressing greenwashing. He said, if corporate or organizational leadership has no measurable and actionable accountability tied to any kind of sustainability target, it's nothing more than a marketing ploy. In other words, it's just greenwashing. So ultimately, I mean, consumers, we have to fight against it. We have to say, no, we're not going to do this. We have to support companies or initiatives that are going against it. Educating yourself is also a really big part of how we fight greenwashing. And really just say, like calling out companies, for instance, to say, this is ridiculous. How can you expect us to support this? This is just, you're looking out for your bottom line, but you're not really doing anything to support the mission of sustainability that you claim to be supporting.
I will now mention something from our chats in the days before the panel, what we had, and you mentioned, Vanya, like, but what about of spillover effect of greenwashing? So like, you know, if companies are doing it, and although it is just for the sake of profit or for the sake of their good public presentation, but do you really believe that this can have like bigger influence on the people, at least to change their mind when thinking on from where the resources are coming or what they can do, or is it only on the state to do something?
Yeah, I'm not terribly optimistic about that. I'm pulling out straws, like potential positive outcomes, but what I predict will happen is if the insincere greenwashing continues to take place at the current rate, the only thing that will happen that people will get the impression like, oh, not that topic again. Like it's a blah blah topic. and it's really not, and we should be paying more attention to it. So I don't really think that greenwashing has anything upsides.
I must agree with you, but as I said, it seemed to me as something interesting to mention in front of the people that are listening to us. But my kind of comment to not only to greenwashing, but also to how businesses are operating within this green narrative, and especially within the green technology and green internet, is let's see it from the perspective of use of water. For example, big companies need a lot of water, maybe for operations, or when you are trying to get these critical raw materials, you are using a lot of water, and the problem is that we will face the global deficit of fresh water up to 40% by the 2030. And this is interesting because 2030 is also a goal for the decarbonization and green transition and so on. But to my mind, it always comes to question that, but okay, we can have this fancy internet, fancy campaigns among companies, but maybe I will not have water to drink, because they will use maybe the vast majority of freshwater resources for the production of something that will be used, let's say, in this further greening the internet actions. As a member of European Water Movement, what I know is that their movement is trying to put the companies that are going around the world and privatizing water or using water instead of giving it to the locals, they are calling them to responsibility. And also I think that water is not something that we should not think in these processes, and unfortunately I never heard, like in greening internet or technologies, that anyone is speaking about, hey, but okay, we are using a lot of water and we will, it will become filthy and we will not use it. So.
I can actually speak to that because a lot of times we don't think of... Is it working? Oh, there we go. I can speak to this because it really depends on the subsector within technology, because most of the time, and this was one of the things I wanted to say later, we don't think about sustainability in a holistic manner. We have what's called carbon tunnel vision. It's all about carbon. It's all about potentially energy. We don't think about resource use. We don't think about pollution. We don't think about water use. The data center industry, which comes under a lot of scrutiny, which has come under a lot of scrutiny lately, they are actually doing, it's quite water intensive as an industry in terms of running a data center is water intensive. It's something that they are quite aware of and they're working on to try and to improve, for instance. But then, of course, there's water usage in manufacturing of phones or of devices. There's water usage, as you said, in the mining and extraction process and the production process. So it's really about understanding, well, at what part of the supply chain are different resources being used? Are they being exploited? Are they being used in a negative way? Are they being regenerative? And they being the company involved with it and whatnot? So it's really important that we understand that it's very much subsectorial, and it's also relevant in our more holistic understanding of sustainability.
This should probably come from the state too, holistic approach to the greening or to green transition, etc. But again, I must ask myself, in terms of resource management, who has the right to decide how to use these resources? Is it the local community first that come? Because we know even by the European Union Charter on Local Self-Governance is that the local community is the one that should decide what should happen in the area that they are residing. Also, as you participate in decision-making processes, it's a political process.
Definitely.
So we are coming that this is not only business kind of thing, you know, like no matter what, if we talk about extractivism or about digital companies, but it is also a big political question, I would say, and at least to me, I see it as a basic political question to be asked what to do with resources and how to develop certain society. Again, I'm coming from the state that is in the transition, you know, and we are very, very limited with mechanisms that we can use in order to make our voice being heard in this. And I really don't want to spend all of my life on some kind of barricades and shouting no, 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 instead of being kind of positive and to propose some good solutions. That's why I need that all of us need to work, also have a holistic approach, but maybe to work in synergy, because without state, but also without business community that is willing to open to the new issues that are coming from this political side, I think that will not make anything special by the 2030. But not to be too negative, how to communicate this? Maybe, Vanya, from your experience, what you would maybe recommend to me how to communicate this?
Yeah.
To the public, to the government?
Well, I think it all ties back to the incentives and motivation. Why should someone communicate about this and invest serious money? And why is this topic not more interesting to general public? I'm just kind of doing the digression here, but for example, if this was a TikTok conference, we would be people falling out of windows. Here, not so much. I don't know what to do about it, and I'm not very optimistic about the short-term change. We as humans, I think, are great at many things, but there are some things we are not very good at, and one of them is taking future seriously. Even though there are all the facts showing what's going to happen, we kind of think, nah, it's not here. Until it's in front of your face, we're not going to do anything. And that's been like that forever. On the other hand, there are a lot of things happening in the technology and the AI arena. I'm not going to bore you with that, but there are plausible potential outcomes where we could get massively different sources of energy in not so distant future and everything. And if that would be the case, then the desalinization wouldn't be that much of an issue, and we could prolong or extend the life cycle. So I think it's not about the communication, how to communicate. There are many great people who know how to communicate well, but for communicate on a massive scale, you have to be funded. You have to have funding to reach all those people. And so how do we motivate people with funds to invest in communication? That's the question.
So we are now maybe to use this conference and to ask donors to support maybe certain projects that communicate such important issues. Michael, maybe you can tell us something more about individual responsibility versus systematic solutions. I know that we had a great time discussing this.
Yes, I can say that. I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, that's easier. Well, I can speak to that, and I will speak to that. I will just, to give the people listening a little, first to piggyback off of what Vanya was talking about, but also to give everybody listening maybe some avenues for what can I do about it, what can I, what is my responsibility. First of all, communication is important, and something I often say is that we need to really focus on local communities. So especially if anybody's an activist here, supporting your local right to repair workshops, if you have them. Do what you do best, think local. There's some regional initiatives as well that are really important. One in Serbia, for instance, where I live, is E-Reciklaza, which is an e-waste recycling organization. If you drive around the Balkans now, you'll see many of the telecom sites actually have solar panels, for instance. There is some movement in this way, but especially, again, if you're an activist, if you don't have a right to repair workshop, please start one. And if you're a donor and you're looking to support local communities, helping local activists to support or to start right to repair workshops would be a really good way to use your money. If you're a developer, if anybody here has a website, works with technology, supporting organizations and joining organizations like climateaction.tech or the Green Web Foundation is a really good way to start to learn more what you can do, how to make your websites greener and leaner and more energy efficient, for instance. Focusing on green hosting is another way, just to really support those companies that are committed to, for instance, only using green energy to support their operations and to support their servers. But now to kind of tie back to what you were asking about, with all of that, everything said, with all that I just said taken into account, I want to stress something very important, and that is personal carbon footprint is a bullshit metric that was created by a BP-backed PR campaign in 2005 to offset their guilt and their accountability onto me, you, and everyone else. I'm not saying that you shouldn't care about sustainability, obviously, but you cannot internalize it. You cannot internalize climate guilt. You cannot, I mean, I don't necessarily know if we will solve all of these problems. It's not just the climate, it's biodiversity, it's water, it's everything else. But of course, you can do what you can within your domain, within your immediate surroundings to fight against marketing, which is telling you that you need the newest, latest device, which is also bullshit. You don't need that. Keep your device as long as possible. That's one of the best things you can do for the planet. Really, think about what you need and what you're using. And being a conscious consumer is great, but just don't internalize that guilt, especially when 40% of all emissions are coming just from power generation for the most part. Fact check me on that, please. But the point is, it's like, yes, you need to do what you can. You need to think as local as you can, but don't be guilty either.
Vanya, maybe something to add?
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback back on you. You said, what can you guys do? And you a couple of times repeated that you should think about this, you could think about that. I think thinking is the biggest issue right now, because in the current world of increasing amount of signals, attention-seeking signals, people are not thinking as much, actually thinking, because of the too many ways to think about, too many things to think about. And I think that motivating ourselves and others to regarding critical thinking and taking the time and understanding the problem and understanding why you're doing something, whether you're doing something because of the need to satisfy your own guilt of something, or you're doing it because it really makes sense and makes a difference. That's a great skill to invest in, and I would strongly suggest that, and all those of you who I suppose, many of you here, do value that skill, spread the word to everyone you know. That's lacking in the current world.
Thank you for that one. Before I leave you 2 minutes for maybe the questions, if there were any, I would just add that when we are speaking about greening or green transition, or when we are thinking on how these technologies are green or are not, the green transition cannot go without just transition. And we cannot only rely on one indicator as CO2, as you said.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not enough. We need to think on the whole perspective of how did we get this mobile phone?
Right.
Were the small children in Africa mining in cobalt mines? Or are the workers paid enough for their job, or do they have protection on their jobs? Or how many water do they use? Does the local community that is living there, do they have access to water as a basic human right? we need to think literally on this just transition. And I would say for businesses, this is also a huge opportunity maybe to integrate more within this, to open them for the workers also, and workers' rights and so on. So, Michael, please.
I just want to say one thing to what you just said. To do that, it's going to come back to one of the most fundamental tenets of civil society, and that's collective action. That's the only way we're going to do anything at all. So
to cooperate or to be doomed. This is not such.
We have to try.
Yeah, but this is good to communicate. At least, so we have 1 minute and 23 seconds, as I can see. I don't know. Thank you. Okay, I was ready.
Okay. Hello. I have a question for, sorry, Michael, is it? Yeah, so of recycled materials from mobile phones like metals, how much of that is going back into production of those phones? Because as I can see, the metal is not recycled in countries where production of mobile phones is. Do you have any info about that? No?
Great question. Unfortunately, I don't have that information. You're right that it all kind of depends on, well, what of the material that is meant to be recycled, how much of that actually gets back to the country where it's being produced. Most of the time it's in China in the case of technology. I don't want to say one thing or another. I can only speculate, but speculation isn't the real answer. So I don't want to mislead anybody by only by giving what I think might be the answer, but I mean, because, yeah, so let's talk after.
Just one more question. Yeah. You talked a lot about greenwashing. Can you give an example, because it's the term I'm not very familiar with. So I Googled it, I know what it is, but do you have an example of a company that is infamous for that?
Greenwashing was started by the hotel industry to try and get you to stop, getting them to wash your towels all the time. That's why it's called greenwashing, because it wasn't meant to save the environment. It was meant for them to cut down on spending money on laundry service. So that is where it comes from. And so now, basically, any marketing technique that's trying to say, oh, this is made with 20% less, this is 20% of recycled material. Okay, great, but do you think that's going to save the world? No, that's essentially greenwashing. Even if it's true, but are they trying to use different materials? Are they using only green energy to manufacture that product? If that's the case, like what kind of green energy? How is it being? I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into. You really have to go into the corporate sustainability reports to actually take a magnifying glass and understand, well, even there, what are they saying versus is it real and impactful, or is it just, a way to make themselves look better than they actually are?
Thank you.
I would just add also one interesting example from Bosnia and Herzegovina on greenwashing is that, and I will not name the company, I will just say the company that is biggest producer of plastic waste, polluter, thank you, and producer of plastic waste is now giving money for the actions of cleaning the river banks from the same waste. And this is, and I know also, I will tell you later, and I know also that they were influencing the decision makers in order not to get the law that would be better to have, and we wouldn't have such a lot of plastic waste. But then they would need to pay a bit for that. So this is also greenwashing. So we are getting like this sign, Italian for cut. So thank you very much. We will be around. If you want to speak with us, we will be here in much better, with smiles and mnogo boljeg raspoloženja. Okay. Hvala, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a fan of Sennheiser.
budite be close to the mics when you talk. Bojane, sedi ovdje. It's me again, hello. Okay, to jump right in, because we're already running late, but this is not our time, reset this. They were late. Yes, reclaiming my, exactly. Okay, so what we're going to be discussing now is some of the tools that are being developed or have been developed in the European Union to tackle online environment and to tackle digital markets and digital services, but from the angle on what we can do with it. The non-EU countries that are aspiring members or in the process of accession, and what we can do with that. So a little bit of an introduction to the type of issues that we face in the region is all the types of issues that we face. So we have a lot of disinformation proliferation here that is based on something that are almost like disinformation-based business models. We have a lot of hate speech. We have a lot of being in the blind spot of large online platforms in terms of moderation, and our regulatory frameworks are probably not quite equipped to deal with a lot of things that have come with the digital age. So all of these things are also something that's been on the mind of the European Commission when drafting these acts, such as Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act. So what we're interested in discussing is what we can do to use them well, and maybe not to fall into some traps that may come with those acts. Because some of the things that depend and rely on good governance, we're traditionally not very famous for having good governance and merit-based public administration and well-oiled democracy machines in the region. So with that, I would start by asking Bojan from the Share Foundation to just give us like a brief intro on what Digital Services Act is, DSA, what does it do, and what its general intentions are.
Thank you, Tiana. Is my testing? Okay. Thank you, Tiana. So the Digital Services Act is part of this legislative bundle, let's call it like that the European Union introduced a couple of years ago in response to this ever-growing influence of American big tech companies and more recently Chinese ones like TikTok and like Alibaba, in order to somehow make them more, let's say, accountable for the content that's distributed on their platforms, and also introduce some very, let's say, very tight measures, not only in terms of big fines, which we saw that with GDPR, that the big fines were one of the biggest catalysts of these big companies being more ready to adapt to the personal data processing requirements and other standards of GDPR. But what DSA and the DMA do, they can work together, but they're kind of different. So DSA is more focused on the content and how platforms manage all these things that happened with users, how users interact with the platforms. For example, you have these things called the dark patterns. So the DSA is trying to put an end to that, but we'll see. A typical example of a dark pattern is when you have a pop-up for the cookies and stuff that you see all the time, and you have a big red button, I accept, and a small button somewhere hidden that says I don't accept. So it will kind of try to address this. But what is, I think, more important is that we'll kind of have these lists of very large online platforms and very large online search engines that we already have established by the European Commission. It was recently in April established, so we have the usual suspects with large online platforms, Meta, Google, TikTok, Amazon, Alibaba, and so on. And for the search engines, we have Google Search and Bing. So the idea for these very large platforms is that they start to comply with DSA requirements earlier, and that they have some additional requirements, such as the risk assessment within their systems, like how they affect mental health and many other things beside that. And it is really important to emphasize that the DSA will also introduce, I mean, we will see how will that look like. It could be tricky to implement and to oversee this large conglomerate of new state bodies. They will have these digital content overseeing authorities in every member state of the country, and they will also have some role within the national, let's say, implementation of the DSA and its requirements, but also things dealing like how do platforms react to content that is illegal, that is harmful, which is, of course, which can vary depending on the state and the political context and the social context. But that's pretty much the intention of the DSA, to make the platforms more, let's say, responsible in how they treat content, maybe not directly for the content itself, because it's, you know, it's a huge amount of content that's being generated every day, but more how they react to it, how are their internal processes, how transparent are they about it. For example, users will have a better, let's say, complaints mechanism to their content being removed, which I think is also very important. So I think that's a good overview for the start, and we can get more into it later.
Thank you, Bojan. And you've given me a great segue to ask Carlos Hernandez Echevarria from Maldita. Maldita is a fact-checking website from Spain, but you're also a very active part of the European Fact-Checking Standards Network, and you personally are in the policy section of what the network has been doing. So Bojan mentioned something that's content that's illegal, but how does DSA treat content that is harmful but not illegal? This would in specific be our turf, that's the content that we call disinformation.
Yeah, that's exactly like for organizations that deal with disinformation as ourselves, and you know, in the European Fact-Checking Standards Network, the problem has never been so much about illegal content that really needs to be removed from a platform. Let's say child pornography, outright violence, that kind of thing. That we work in a mostly gray area where that is not really illegal. Most of the instances that are, you know, content or campaigns that are very dangerous for public health, or they are clear election interference, in many places in Europe and around the world, they are not illegal per se. So the DSA tried to do something here and tried to say, okay, you know, you big, very large online platform, when you assess your risks and you put in place those effective risk mitigation efforts that are mandated by law, you will have to do it not only thinking about what is illegal content, but also what is harmful for a particular set of circumstances. And what the DSA says, and that hopefully in the future might you know, bring a new approach from these large platforms in how they see this information, is that they say, okay, me, the legislator, I'm not going to tell you what to run or how to deal with content that is not illegal, because that could be government interference, but I'm going to make sure that you do this kind of risk mitigation in a very particular way. So you are going to, if you are a very large online platform, me, in this case, the European Commission, I'm going to tell you to enter in a code of practice, in kind of self-regulation, where you are going to tell me how you're going to address those risks. And when I decide as a regulator whether you are complying or not with the Digital Services Act, I'm going to look also at how you do it in your self-regulation compliance. So I think this was probably the only way for any kind of effective disinformation regulation to take place without being government intervention, which was something that not nobody, but certainly we didn't want. But the problem with this is that the framework is still very broad. There is a code of practice on disinformation, and I am there with obviously Jelena and many other people trying to see that these large platforms do what they say that we're going to do. Take action against coordinating networks, demonetize disinformation, collaborate with fact checkers. They have said they will do a lot, and as opposed to all the instances in the past, there are clear rules now and clear metrics to see if they are doing it. But nevertheless, they will never miss an opportunity to not do what they say they will do. But we all know that. So the Code of Practice on Disinformation has been enforced for what, a year now? We always said that this will be judged on how effective it is. It's not yet a code of conduct under the Digital Services Act, which means that even if the European Commission were to, actually fine these companies up to 6% of the global turnover, all those things that are in the law, they are not legally able to do it just that. So I think we all envision that this is going to be in the long run, but I think society is also not in, generally, for this to be a 20-year process, that people is actually seeing the harms of this information, very real right now. So I would question how long do we have for this to work. Many people see it in a way of, okay, we have taken our shot. We told them to self-regulate. That didn't go anywhere. The incentives for these platforms to keep doing the things they are failing at, they are very strong. So now we are given a chance to co-regulation, which is this kind of thing. Okay, you self-regulate, but if not, there are going to be real consequences under the law. After that, there is only regulation after that. And I like to think that the European Union is in a place where it has leverage and users and money enough to create some change that doesn't benefit only those users within the European Union, but that actually forces changes that are for everyone and that make them accountable. But I'm stopping now because I'm talking way too much. I'm just gonna say that we have good instruments, but they still need to be seen how effective they are. And I don't kid myself into thinking that these massive American and Chinese companies, for the most part, are gonna do it because they love the world and they want to get rid of this information and they don't care what the bottom line is for their business. That is not the situation. They have to be push, otherwise they're not gonna do anything. So the DSA gives us, and also through the Code of Practice, gives us some good mechanisms, but there is no reasonable change inside if we don't, from the civil society in particular, push these larger platforms to do that.
And I would say probably push from multiple actors, from various stakeholders, because if there's no simultaneous multiple pushes, then probably even less gets done. But this also gives me a great segue into, we have this, it's designed for the EU, it should and hopefully will affect other countries as well. This is something that we are going to be discussing a lot this year within the civil society forum that accompanies the Berlin process, that is very important for the Western Balkan 6 countries. And one of the digitalization and connectivity group is going to be focused on just that. How can we use in a best way these tools that are being developed in the EU? So Maida Čulaković from the regulatory agency in Bosnia could be a really great person to tell us more about what does this mean for us. We're not an EU country, we would like to be an EU country, we're doing things to get as close to the acquis, well, should be doing things to get as close as possible. Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, so I'm a representative of the state institution, which is probably as popular as the representative of Serbia was in the first panel. But still, enforcement of these instruments is critical to fulfilling their effects. So it is very important that you talk to the institutions as well. It's difficult to say what it will mean in our countries, because it's still difficult to say what it will mean in the EU countries and how the enforcement will look like at the EC level, but this is another topic. We need to start talking about what we think could and should be done in our countries in order to not fall behind. Because, as Bojan said, there is these enforcement mechanisms envisaged in a form of digital service coordinators that each member state will have to form. It could be one institution or several of them. Only one would be the coordinator, but combining all the different competencies of state institutions. European Commission will have enforcement powers for very large online platforms and search engines, but in doing so, they will also rely on the support of the national service coordinators of the country of establishment. The deadline for EU countries is 17th of February of 24 to establish, to designate these authorities. So far, only two have done that. This is Hungary and Ireland, and the others are in the process, and it's not, as far as we know, it's not still, they're thinking about whether those should be media regulatory authorities or electronic communications or consumer protection authorities. I have an echo. Or competition authorities, or a mix of those. So it's a very long stretch still, and we might ask ourselves, what are we doing thinking about it, whereas EU countries are still far from it. The truth is that time flies, and it will be here in no time. We know this from the transposition of Audiovisual Media Services Directive, which was amended in 2018. And so far, none of the Western Balkan countries, except from Bosnia and Herzegovina, haven't transposed it. And we were able to do so only because we can do it by legal acts. We didn't have to wait for the law. This is the only reason. Yes, the time to start thinking about it is now, because these national digital service coordinators will be crucial institutions for cooperation with other coordinators, most notably Ireland, which will have jurisdiction over most global platforms because their seat in the EU is in Ireland, and also the EC. And there are also several important functions of these coordinators, such as granting the status of trusted flaggers, and also vetted researchers, asking also the platforms to provide data to vetted researchers. And very important mechanism is the cooperation within these complaints and redress mechanisms. So it means that if coordinator of the country of destinations, or let's say us, if we are to become such an authority, has a reason to suspect that there has been an infringement of DCA in our country, we can refer this matter to Irish authority, because they will be the coordinator of country of establishment. And there's also possibility to have joint actions, joint investigations, and to refer the matter further to the EC if this is a very large online platform. I just want to say that, first of all, this is the first step that we need to do to designate these authorities. What will it look like in practice is very difficult to say, because again, as media regulators, we know the difficulties we have from the Audiovisual Media Services Directive implementation. We, as non-EU countries, have obligation to transpose EU laws, but we don't have the same rights as EU member states. In the case of media regulation, we don't have access to dispute resolution mechanisms, the same as the member states have. And I'm afraid that the same will happen with the DSA, that we will not have the same good things of DSA, such as there will be an obligation of platforms to provide in their transparency reports granular and country-specific data, and we know that this will apply only to member states, and I think also the code of practice well, requires that in their implementation reports they provide a country-specific data. Again, I don't see that non-EU member states will be included in this. So this is one thing that we have to keep in mind. But again, we have been able to accomplish many things through informal cooperation with our colleagues from regulatory authorities. We are observers in ERGA, which is a European group of regulators, and in the same vein we could be observers in the European Board for Digital Services. We could at least sit at the same table with our EU counterparts and the European Commission.
And if I understood correctly, the way that you described like the dynamics between you would be that you're not formally apart, but you can like send signals and alert the national coordinators in Ireland mostly, because that's where the big platforms are stationed basically.
Absolutely. So we think that, but they need to have someone to talk to. So there needs to be this coordinator at the national level that can communicate with them. So this is why I think one of the reasons why we should really be thinking about it right now.
Thank you, Mida. With this, I would go to Jelena Berkovic from Faktograf, fact-checking portal from Croatia. And Jelena has also been included in a lot of these policy-related processes on behalf of fact-checkers everywhere. And what Maida said is something that we've also talked a lot, like the big tech platforms, they don't have an obligation to do anything, basically, in the Western Balkans or any other non-EU states, but what it is that like we can do to make them, like move them a bit closer to that type of commitment. So actors from the region, such as civil society actors or the regulators or the media, like what are our options there that you can see? And do you also see maybe a bit more willingness on the side of the European Commission to help push this process and kind of even there's no obligation on paper to make it like closer to reality and like have it really happen here?
So what we can do, yeah, I'm not, okay. What can be done is try to push, and then perhaps we might get some results. If we don't push, we definitely won't have any results. But I'm not very optimistic about the incentives of platforms to actually do anything regarding the territories that do not have the legal power to fine big tech companies. On the other hand, Western Balkans as like the heart of the continent here, like it cannot be left as a black hole. And I think that logic is obvious to everyone who simply looks at the map. And from that point of view, it is again on advocates, on civil society advocates, and media advocates, and freedom of speech advocates to try to move stuff. But then again, it's not going to be enough. As mentioned, this DSA and DMA and Code of Practice universe within the EU is working, well, it's an exercise, it's like an experiment we're going to see. Like on paper, it looks very nice, but the implementation, yeah, that's going to be a challenge. So still in this universe, within the EU, it's very important to say that it is nested within ERGA, so like all European Union regulators plus observers are represented in those meetings when discussions with platforms are happening. And platforms, except Twitter, are actually showing up and discussing. And then there's this EDMO thing, like the groups of university-related researchers in partnerships with fact-checkers. They also do a lot of research, academic research, and therefore have this note of academic neutrality, that are also part of all these discussions and do support the system. And then there's like strong civil society organizations, such as Avaz or Global Disinformation Index, they're also part of discussions. And in that sense, I would say that within Western Balkan 6, there's quite a lot of work to be done. Having in mind that it is the European Union through the Commission funds that is supporting the whole digital media observatory field that has grown quite a lot in the last few years. And fact checkers within the European Union funds were supported to grow the fact-checking network. From that point of view, it's really important that the European Fact-Checking Standards Network has actually said, no, we're not going to be an EU-based network, but we're going to be a European-based network. So we're already thinking of this, but there are so many prerequisites, and some of them don't even, we can't necessarily influence them because they come down to the cultures and the lacking rule of law in our countries. And I would not say, I can speak of my country, I come from Croatia, where we do have the audio-visual directive transposed. And for example, our media regulatory agency is supposed to be politically neutral, but basically it's appointed by the government will. Yeah, the parliament votes, but the government suggests the only candidates. And I really wonder who's going to appoint politically independent digital coordinators for the DSA, and then how that person is going to then further allow for whomever to be the trusted flagger against hate speech. So taking in again the rule of law, the political culture, and it's not east-west or north-south division for me. It's like in any democracy, and I would say democracy should be used as a verb, it's a constant cycle of trying to get democracy to work against the forces that do not necessarily want it to work. And within a year, we're going to have European elections happening. This is going to be a major test for all of this ecosystem. At this moment, I can't say I'm very optimistic, but because this is the only thing that we have as a system to try to catch on to it, and if it doesn't work, I'm really afraid what the next steps, then should look like. Yeah, I'll come back to what I began with. We have to try.
So this is exactly the thing that we're kind of thinking should be a topic of like elongated discussion. Like, what are these things that we might be facing as risks rather than opportunities in wanting to implement these acts here? And I mean, not to put you in any kind of spot, but like regulatory agencies are very, vulnerable to political influence. With that, I want to put you on the spot and ask you, like, I mean, in Serbia, it's like we've seen like infamous, democracy backsliding. Freedom of media has been jeopardized more and more. So I think if there's any place that's kind of like a laboratory for the risks that could come with that, I think it's Serbia. So what do you see as potential, red flags in the processes that we just described?
It was already... So recently we had some very interesting developments regarding Serbia and the big platforms. I think it was early 2020, Twitter purged 8,000 political bot accounts that were like doing a coordinated manipulation in terms of political support. Like it was coordinated behavior in supporting the ruling party and of course the president, now former president of that party, but still president of Serbia. And there was a really detailed report about the Stanford, about the whole thing and how they noticed these things unravel in the Twitter sphere. It was done by the Stanford Internet Observatory, and what was also interesting that in late last year, but it was published in the one of the first, I think, or it was actually the first Meta's report about their actions on the platforms in terms of fixing, let's say, their interventions regarding the behavior on the platform. They took a cue from Twitter. They also said that they were guided by Twitter regarding, again, this network on Facebook and Instagram, as I remember correctly, because these are both Meta products that are heavily used in Serbia, that they noticed the same pattern and they applied the same actions. So, I mean, it's going to be very difficult because of, let's say, these systemic issues that we have in Serbia, and both internal and external political pressures. Now there are very, very large protests going on in Belgrade and in some other cities. They are also gathering against violence in Serbia, and one of the demands of the protest is that all members of the regulatory body for electronic media resign, because if they were to be some sort of digital services coordinator, I presume they don't oversee online media, but they are one of the top candidates because they are also politically chosen, easily politically influenced, and one of the demands is for these people to resign. But if other people instead of them come and do the exact same things and they have the majority, this body will practically remain paralyzed in terms of its effectively doing its job and being paid by all taxpayers of Serbia. So I think these systemic problems in society regarding rule of law, regarding independence of institutions and all the other standards are what is holding the progress back. And especially since Serbia didn't go into the regulation of internet content that much, there were some plans to introduce some fake news working group or something like that, but it luckily didn't happen. So, I mean, we will see. They're also announcing new elections, so yeah, a lot of challenges, and I think we're like going back to some basic things instead of looking forward to this internet thing, you know, and social media, unfortunately.
Thank you. I'm just now realizing that we have very little time left, so if there are questions from the audience, please. There's one here.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Since I'm a lawyer, I think I lack some of the nuanced knowledge that I, got from you. So thank you. I would have, first of all, a question for the fact checkers. So I would like to see both perspectives from España and from Croatia. By the way, me encanta el nombre de la organización. Maldita is super awesome. So my question would be, since my view is that you're fact-checking information for the public, so meaning that you're supposed to put that little thing on a specific piece of news and to advise the public that it's valid. So what's your opinion, and do you have any stats on whether the public actually believes the fact-checkers? I know it might sound like a non-nuanced question, but I have seen comments and articles and also comments on, for example, Facebook and YouTube saying that, yeah, it's fact-checked by the state, meaning it must be, yeah, I'm sure going to believe that. I'm not going to believe that because the state is a state. So that would be the first question. And I had the second question for Madam Regulator from Bosnia. What's your opinion on how are you going to, and whether do you have a strategy and how it works right now with regulating online media? Because it seems to me that we can't catch them. So it's not big tech, but it's, you know, like portals that are registered somewhere abroad, and we have them here, and it seems to me it's pretty much impossible to tackle them. And yeah, sorry for taking this long. I also want to just make a quick comment to Bojan. President of your regulatory agency, Madam Zekic, right? Man, she seems pretty crazy. I will just, I had to say that, like, sometimes I listen to her, she seems not crazy, but evil. Like, it seems to me like she doesn't want to do her job, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, so thank you, everybody, yeah.
Who wants to take the first one?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's not only a valid question, it's probably the most important one. Do people actually believe what's put in front of them? Because we are all making a lot of efforts to make sure people see our stuff and our articles, and we don't put any paywalls. We are doing as much as to get the gospel out there in that sense. I do think that even if people won't buy 100% what it says, for example, the lessons learned from when platforms saw a label from an independent fact checker is that even if people don't say, oh, I 100% believe what Maldita is saying, they do take it into account when sharing it, which for me is the most important thing. We do everything in our power to remain credible and to explain people why they should trust us. But even if they don't 100%, I think it's, in the end, is what the actions they take is what makes the difference. So in this case, what I love watching the stats is to see that somebody was about to share that thing that is very emotional for them and that, you know, puts them in the right, and they are gonna do it, and then they see an independent fact checker said there is problems with this. And a big chunk of those people say, okay, I'm going to pause for a moment and maybe I'm not going to share that because there might be some problems or even some peer pressure of I don't want to be called into saying, into being said in the comments that I am wrong and this has been debunked. So I think it's more than credible, which is important, it's effective.
Thank you, Carlos. Maida, do you want to?
Of course, online media and these portals are the biggest problem here, much more than, I mean, not much more, but this is something that has been taught because we had, I believe, over 44%, according to some research, of these portals which without no impressum and without any kind of information who stands behind them. Yeah, this is, okay, we are regulated for electronic media, so for broadcast media mostly, but we have been thinking to find a way to regulate this, our council, not the agency. We had some proposals, but luckily we were able to postpone them to see the bigger picture and organize public consultations. And now we are kind of trying to introduce this multi-stakeholder approach. By the way, I think we believe that this is one of the ways to go in general when trying to regulate online sphere, and this is also something behind UNESCO's recently published draft guidelines on regulation of online, of the digital environment. So to do this, not only from the point of view of one institution, but a platform of institutions that will have a say in this and also supported by civil society. But the first prerequisite is to introduce some legal framework. We are lacking the law on media transparency and ownership. So there are no media registries and no obligation to register as media in the country. This is the first problem. This is where you don't have ownership information. And then the second is to, because self-regulation doesn't work, obviously. The Press and Online Media Council is doing a great job in mediation, but they cannot, they influence only goes so far. Regulation is also not an answer.
And this is also what needs to be acknowledged. There has been a paradigm shift in content regulation. So we're not talking anymore about media regulation, like regulating individual pieces of content online. This is impossible. We're talking about systemic regulation that have procedures and measures in place to protect the audience, and then regulation to check whether these procedures work. So we believe that this should be done in a multi-stakeholder environment, and we also currently have one project supported by the Council of Europe. We are trying to establish such a platform in Bosnia. This will be, well, in the next period. We will see how it goes, but it should also provide an answer to harmful online media content.
We have just enough time for you to comment on the evil president. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Evil. And if I may also jump in, leaving you the last word. So basically, your question does have a yes. In fact, checking doesn't work for everybody, in the sense of out of the whole population, there is a part scientifically proven that is untouched by facts, but rather cognitive biases are simply too strong. And yeah, that is to be taken into account. But on average, fact-checking does work. And especially in crisis situations, it seems as the only way in comparison to what, I don't know, media literacy campaigning can do, or on the other hand, what censorship could do. So it does have its place, and therefore, due to the scientific research that is available, we can have such conclusions, although I really can't wait for the code of practice on disinformation to actually be implemented so that we as fact-checkers get the data from the platforms who are using our outputs, how they're using it and how impactful it is. This is going to be really important data for us to actually measure and see the impact that we can have on the average. And just to add that I find it very important, although I'm still trying to understand what it exactly means. But last week in Slovakia, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, for me, out of the blue, just said that the Western Balkans should and could enter the European single digital market with some benefits that could be provided. As I said, I'm trying to find out what it would mean for the disinformation field, but regarding the incentives and the platforms that are being built, yeah, it's good to have others from such positions also pushing in. So let's push back and see where we can come to in the end.
Do you want to comment on the... No. Thank you, Ellen. I will briefly just like what you just said, media literacy and fact-checking, and make like a very pandemic-influenced analogy of like one being an inoculation against disinformation and another really being a remedy, especially in crisis situations that we don't have a better one. It's maybe not perfect, it won't reach everyone, but we don't have a better one, I think, at this point. So thank you everyone for the wonderful panel. We will now move into the part of the program that has been designed and curated by our partners from Mixer. So enjoy that, and thanks everyone for participating.
One, two, okay. One, two. Hello, can you hear me? Or you can still hear the music. Okay, hello. I know that we are in between sessions, so I just want to introduce myself. I'm not Darko, although we are working with Darko on synchronizing our looks, but we need at least 5 more points to do it. My name is Jakub. I actually work at Mixer, and we are actually very happy to partner with Zasztone and in order to deliver this event. This is actually not our... I don't have the slides yet, so soon I will have them. This is actually not our first partnership, because we did it already once before in 2019, okay. Marta? Nothing, okay. So maybe I'll tell you a joke in between as we wait for the slides to load up. So we actually did it in 2019 for like 1 or 2 panels. We have brought back then some people like Franek Wieczorka. We have brought Nastia Stanko, for example, who are now, well, in the different places of the world these days, shaped by the events which happened in our part of the world recently. But actually, before Mixer, there was also Outriders, and this is based. We are a Warsaw-based media organization who brings stories from all around the world, primarily for Polish audience. We release a magazine, we release a podcast, and we also produce in-depth multimedia and interactive stories. But we also believe very much in sharing, meeting people, collaborating, and we've been doing this as Outriders for some time, and then last year we basically separated those activities and Mixer was born. And now I had a really funny slide, because the first 5 were really boring. So Mixer, of course, in your heads can be, well, 2 things, either like an audio mixer or like, I don't know, a juice mixer or something like this. So, so that's basically the, we're almost there, or not? Yes. Perfect. Thank you. I wanted to say that we are very good at using technology, but I'm going to save this joke for later. So I'm going to quickly run through the, where do I point it? Is there any specific location? So I'm just going to quickly run through it. Oh yeah, so this is basically those 2 mixers, and this is frankly speaking what we do. As story creators ourselves, we actually believe that the more inputs, the more different people with different backgrounds, the more aims, the more different forms we use, it actually makes our stories much better. So this year we travel all around Europe with different events, trying to build up this group of people who is basically trying to do something similar, which is achieve some impact. Whether it's by producing stories, whether it's about activating your citizens, whether it's, I don't know, creating art. If at the end of whatever you're doing is some kind of change you want to achieve, you are most likely telling a story, whether it is intentionally or unintentionally. And we've done a couple of those, and we will have 3 more events coming up later this year. But today we are here, as you can see. Also, I just want to mention that we have some of our trainers who will be training and giving workshops on Saturday are here. I can see Orsi is there. I don't know if Natalia already made it to the room, but she's also there, and some more people which basically you can meet. What? Okay. That's really funny, because here was actually the logo of our sponsor. So I want to one more time thank all the sponsors, but in particularly to Google News Initiative. And I really invite you to join our Telegram group. This is where you can meet a lot of people from Ukraine, a lot of people from Belarus who already attended the first event. Now we hope to bring you to join this community. We'll be visiting Baltics later this year, and also Romania and Moldova. So here is the QR code. You can also find it next to Wi-Fi codes on your walls. Plus, we have amazing, like 74 followers on Instagram. So if you want to bring us to 80 and get a free T-shirt, that's, you know, or if not a T-shirt, something else here. And now I want to hint something which will happen at the end of today. In your programs, you have something which is called demo. And this is the last part of today, which we are curating. And it's going to be immersive audio experience. Well, let's say it's going to be audio experience. I do hope it's going to be immersive for you, which we're going to provide here in this room as the summary before heading out for different parties and so on. So now I'm going to make myself down to the stage because I wanted to, from stage downstairs, because I actually wanted to invite someone very special to join me for our initial conversation. Mr. Ron Haviv. Ron, you can start slowly making your way here. Okay, I see there. So I was thinking how to best to introduce Ron, because on one hand, he's like a Emmy nominee, a co-founder of Seven Agency, a co-founder of Seven Foundation, a conflict. No, don't worry, you can welcome. A photojournalist, a photo reporter, conflict reporter, a witness to many important events. We can sit down. But it's also something what I was thinking, what I think, even if you think, I don't know, some of you work, for example, in transparency organizations, policy organizations, when we have something similar. So Ron, you using technology were able a couple times to, if not reshape history, to allow people to memorize it and to create something very impactful from it. And that's basically what we are doing. Your technology is your camera. For all of you here, it may be some different web tools or some applications you are building. But that's something really important, I think, at the end of all of our work, impact. And something also which I think you are quite outspoken about, at least when we've spent a lot of time talking yesterday. This is the best prepared, panel. But today we wanted to invite you. We don't have a thesis here. It's just tapping into Ron's experience, especially when it comes to covering all the events here in Bosnia at the beginning of 90s, trying to, at the same time when we have the Russian invasion ongoing in Ukraine, from last year, we see how different moments of that war are being memorized, how they're being portrayed, and as such, how they shape us, how they shape different societies. So we wanted to, well, maybe not like this, but I'm going to stop here just to say hi, Ron.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I stole a lot of your show, but...
You ruined everything. We have like 5 minutes left. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, yesterday we took a long drive among Bosnia, and Ron was all the time, please find a highway. And every time he said it, we ended up on a even smaller mountainous road. So, but we got to see a lot of interesting places anyhow. So, are you familiar with this event? Yes, no, raise your hand. Yes. Who is not? Don't be ashamed. You're unsure? Okay. What do you think it is? Okay. Ron, I mean, I know we start with this, but can you tell us a little bit how you found yourself there and how did you follow those events?
This is what some people refer to as the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. This is one of the more famous protester characters known as the shaman entering into the Capitol building. And it was an event that has really still is resonating in America as America tries to decide what kind of country they are. There was this idea that many Americans have had since its inception about this idea of American exceptionalism, which is almost to the point of like, we're better than everybody else and we can tell people how to run a democracy, how to have an election, how to do all of these different things. And over the years, as America made more and more mistakes, these things kind of broke apart. And I think that this final insurrection, this riot at the Capitol has finally should have made Americans aware that what happens in America has happened around the world. We are like everybody else, and we need to improve our situation. I have photographed similar situations in Moscow, in Central America, in Africa, of government buildings being ransacked and destroyed and taken over by protesters for various reasons. And this is now just another place. And going back to this original thing that Jakob was talking about impact, the reason that we as photographers go to these places is to be able to give you information about your own world, the world around you, what's happening, your place in it, so you can make better decisions, whether it's voting differently in places where you can have an impact with your vote, donating money, protesting, understanding, teaching your children. I think that the photography that I've done, especially the photography that I've done here in Bosnia and Croatia and Kosovo, is part of an education system. It is something for people to react to when it immediately comes out, but so often there is no reaction. The photographs then become tools to instruct, to remind, and to hold people responsible, not only for their action, but for their inaction.
And this event, we also brought it up specifically because, first of all, it's a very recent one. And because it's a recent one, it's not that there was only just media or a couple photographers taking photos. There were, actually, frankly speaking, there was almost all the civilians, whether they were like participating in it, they were doing a lot of visuals, whether it was throwing photos on Instagram to social media, TikToks, and so on. So this original reporting done by professional photographers is just one thing, but on the other hand, then this event was covered from so many angles. And I think Euron told me that when you later on looked at different visual, you were like, where the hell did that happen? You know, I wasn't part of this stream. And there were also a lot of investigations done immediately, trying to reconstruct the whole space. What's your take on it? You know, when you were starting, you had the monopoly, kinda like you and some other photographers, you had the monopoly of, and I mean it in a good way, but you had the monopoly, you know, of being the first on site, witnessing those things and then showing them to the world. Like, how do you feel right now when there's me and there's everybody here also taking, I hope, a lot of photos, tagging us on Instagram right now, so.
Well, first, it's fantastic. I think we live in a world now where everybody is a photographer, has the capacity to be a photographer, and can document the way that they see the world, which is fantastic. But it doesn't mean that everybody is a photojournalist, that everybody is approaching the way that they look at the world in the same way that people like myself, those at Seven, or the people that we train at the Seven Foundation, to look at the world through rules of journalism, through integrity, through being truthful and representing the situation in the correct way with captions and so on. There's a whole other group of things, and authorship and so on. But I do think that the combination of work by people like myself and citizen journalism allows us to see things that we were never able to see before. And I think January 6th is a good example, but the better example is Ukraine. This is going to be the most documented conflict ever. You have people like myself, but you have now footage from military drones, journalist drones, from cameras on the street, from bank machines, from soldiers, from civilians. So the ability to put everything together to what has happened has never happened before. When you look at the war crimes that occurred here, it was very difficult for the investigators to come back and interview and try to be able to build cases to go to The Hague. Now in Ukraine, I was with the war crimes prosecutors, we arrive in Bucha, we find the victims on the street, witnesses come up, they start to identify, give information. These are the Russian officers, here's their Facebook page, here's their Instagram feed, here's the list of their, all the troops in their unit. So much more information exists now that is really only to the benefit of the world process of trying to hold people accountable for what's going on. It's a dramatic difference between what occurred here in the 90s and what's now occurring in Ukraine more than 30 years later.
There was a great, for example, visual investigation done by Bellingcat when they identified all those Russian soldiers responsible for targeting missiles. And they basically build up their profiles showing them having holidays, you know, just they went, first of all, identified them who they are, and then they found their social media profiles. And, you know, it's also, I would say, a little bit mind-fucking in a way, you know, because you would expect, I think, some evil people in some bunker, you know, targeting those missiles, and then you are contrasted with how they, you know, from 8 to 4, we target missiles, and then we go have fun, you know, which actually makes it, I think, even more evil in a way when you think, when I think about it, you know, in my head. Can you tell us a little bit about this photo? Does anyone actually have seen this photography before? Okay, because I know that, you know, I'm not from here. I'm from Poland, so I know that for some of you who lived through those events, a lot of those photographies can bring up a lot of memories, and they tap into also your history. But when we were thinking, like also trying to think about those, because we selected 4 moments, how certain moments become or not become symbols later on. Because if you think about it, very important historical events, especially let's say since, I don't know, 50s or 60s, we associate them with certain visual. When we tap into, there is 1 photo or there is 2 photos, and then something happens major. You know, we'll go back to this, but I think in 2015, there was a photograph of the little dead boy on one of the beaches, right. You know, and that basically changed
the conversation.
They changed the conversation, just this 1 photo. So can you tell us a little bit more about it?
This is a photograph. This is the Parliament building. You guys probably recognize the Black Stone. This is on April 6th during the Peace March, April 6, 1992, when they opened fire from the Holiday Inn and elsewhere on the people that were trying to, one last-ditch effort to keep Bosnia as, you know, the theme of Yugoslavia was their last attempt. So this was sort of what's now recognized as kind of the official beginning of the conflict here in your country. And it's another moment from across the street as everybody was ducking from gunfire. Just a small aside, one of the things that as dramatic as the photograph is also incredibly, for me, a very Bosnian photograph, is to see the guy on the right making sure he gets that last smoke right before the bullets are flying. But no matter what, I've got to smoke. You know, it was very represented the fear and also just what you guys lived through and your parents lived through, the desire to have as much of a normal life as possible during the siege, which was the strength of the Bosnian people that was so important for the world to see, to eventually be able to come and, even though it took so long, to come and help end this war.
Well, I have to say also that the true reason why we also partner with Point is because this is the last conference around the world when you can actually enjoy a cigarette and be at the event. So I know that there is a law trying to be changed, but thanks to the Bosnian political system, it's going to take at least a decade before it is in power. Last year, I had Dalio here gave me a half-an-hour introduction to the Bosnian political system. So it's been a wonderful experience. I still don't get it, but at least I know where to listen to it. Have you ever thought about because one thing is the photography itself, you know, when you think as an artist, you know, what do you want to capture, how do you want to capture, and so on. But what does it take for a certain photo, then later on to become symbol? What other things around it have to be, you know, I don't know, happen for it to be this one?
Well, with journalism, its context obviously is incredibly important. The event, what it represents, what it means, and that often can change over time, where people don't really understand in the beginning what's happening, and as the world unfolds, the photograph can try to take on new meaning. And for photographs such as this in the 90s, the idea of going viral is very different than going viral today. It's much more difficult for photography to be seen over and over again due to just simply technology. And so photographs that over the years, especially from the 50s through today, or from the 50s through the advent of digital photography in the beginning of the 2000s, the pictures that live on, that you continue to see, have this resonance, that the audience has reacted to it, the context, the photographic aesthetics, all combined mean something, represent something, and are something to be remembered.
I was trying to synchronize the next slide with your ending, but maybe just someone can press the button over there. That would be great.
Nobody's paying attention to you. So for those of you that might know this, this photograph was taken a few days before April 6th is April 2nd in a town called Bijeljina on the border with Serbia. This man's name is, which I found out just in the last 10 years or so, this man is Harush Zabiri. He is a Macedonian Albanian working in a bakery to support his family, 25 years old. And he is, in reality, probably the first prisoner of the war in Bosnia. Here, he's being taken by a Serbian paramilitary group known as the Tigers, led by a warlord known as Arkan. And unfortunately, Harush here is essentially asking me to help him, and there's little that I could do, but at least document the fact that he was taken, and that I hope that that would be enough to put pressure on the soldiers. A few hours later, Harush was brought into a building for interrogation. He either jumped or was thrown out of a window. He survived the fall, amazingly enough. He was dragged back into the building and never seen again until 2004 or so, when his remains were identified through DNA and brought back to be buried with his family. And it's kind of one of the interesting things about the power of photography and what it meant. So I went to meet his family, thinking that they would be incredibly upset with me for not saving their son. And when I met them, they came out with probably every photograph that had been published, every magazine around the world, and they said, obviously, that they would rather have Harush with them, but felt that his death was not in vain because it showed the world what was happening here. And for some reason, they actually thanked me for doing this, which I thought was, well, I don't know if I would do the same thing, but I was overwhelmed by the interaction with Harush's family.
I actually find it fascinating that you, take interest in your photos in a way, so you just don't take a photo and then send it, but you actually try to understand more about the people, or actually I don't know, I think when I imagine this process, it's more like a movie, and you took, one piece of it, and then you try to understand what happened before and then what happened after it. Like, how did that happen? Why did you start to do it?
There are times when you have the ability to do this. This photograph became very well known and was, even till today, published at least once a month somewhere. It's become one of the symbols not of just the war in Bosnia, but of war crimes itself. It's gone beyond what it was originally intended to be. And so when you have like this photograph and the next photograph, we can go to the next one, very similar, where it's part of a discussion that's outside of me. It has a life of its own. So here, it's a photograph of Arkan's Tigers with, there's a married couple, Abdurrahman and Hamieta Pajeti, also from Macedonia. And in the middle is Ashia Tifa Shabanovic from Bijeljina. So as this photograph became more and more well-known, more and more research, more and more understanding about what it represented and what had happened, there's no other way but to get involved to understand what's going on in this photograph. Several weeks ago, in one of the last trials, war crime trials from here, 2 Serbian ministers were convicted, their conviction was reaffirmed in the appeals court, and this photograph, which has been used in other trials like Karadzic and others, but here played a very big role in ensuring their guilt. And it was tied into the guy in the middle, who many of you might know, who's been allegedly identified as Srđan Golubovic, who's a DJ in Belgrade. And one of the things that's happening even today, now more than 30 years after this picture has been taken, the daughter of Asja Shabanovic, Alma Pekovic, whose house is behind this wall, has taken this photograph to the Serbian War Crimes Tribunal because The Hague is no longer functioning, and is trying to indict these 3 soldiers of war crimes based solely on this photograph.
So how do you feel right now in this ecosystem when there is, well, first of all, here you had a different access to actually witnessing this. So where do you see the distinction, or maybe you don't see a distinction between this documenting in case of, so it would be more into documenting war crimes and being more of a journalist?
Well, I think it's natural. I mean, it's part of the process. We are there to document. We're there to show what's happening. You're there to spend time, whether it's with the unit or with civilians, whether it was in Bielina or in Bucha or Irpin in Ukraine, to ensure that people know what's going on. Especially today, when there is now, last year, over 1 trillion photographs were taken by all of us. Most of them of cats and your lunch. But other photographs of your lives, your families, and things that are going on in the world that people need to know about. But we are trying all the time as photographers to have our work rise above all the other noise for it to have this idea of impact. And the impact comes through you. If you as the audience don't pay attention and don't care, or don't believe the photographs that you're seeing, then there's no point. But the previous photograph and this photograph taken in the previous one in Manjača, this one in Ternopili, these photographs continue to have impact, and they're of real people. So the guy with his back to us on the right, I finally tracked him down. He survived Ternopili, managed to eventually become a refugee and move to New Zealand, and has a family and so on. And we reconnected a couple of years ago on a 7 Foundation project called Imagine, Reflections on Peace. And he spoke about, from his side, remembering how I showed up with my camera, and they're like, what is this guy doing here with the camera, and what will happen to us, and is it good that people know that we are here and what's happening to us, and so on. And so it was this very unusual experience to hear from his side the experience of being photographed, as well as, of course, being a prisoner.
Just to close up, what was the first thing for you? Is to become a photographer or more of a journalist, or combined?
No, it's a combination. I mean, I'm not an art photographer, I'm not a portrait photographer, I'm a photojournalist. And my idea is always to go out there, to document, show people what's going on, for there to be a reaction immediately. But as I said before, the pictures often fail. Here, these are the women, survivors of Srebrenica, who had just arrived in Tuzla. And when I arrived to this group, everybody was in shock, everybody was silent. And I just asked a simple question, where are the men? Because we didn't understand at that point what was happening. And everybody started to cry. And it was just an overwhelming experience, because many of them already knew that their husbands, their fathers, their sons, their brothers were killed, or the others that didn't were waiting, hoping for good news. Very few received that good news.
Yesterday we actually went together to Srebrenica, and what I found simple but also intriguing how you describe the process of learning about the events there. Because right now, when something major happens, we are overloaded with content usually, you know, and then out of these different stories, part of them true, or like not stories, but part of the, I don't know, pieces of information. Part of them are true, part of them are fake, part of them is just some, I don't know, chaos basically being transmitted. Then we jump in, fact checkers, trying to make a sense out of it. Whereas for you, it was different back then. You know, this is just some kind of information. You went there, and then you and other journalists started to understand what happened, and then you broke it.
But it's not so different than today, because let's use Bucha, let's use Irpin as examples. We didn't know what was happening. When we arrived in Bucha and there were executed people on the streets and so on, this was discovering it as we discovered it. The world discovered it through the journalists and through the stories of the survivors. So there are unfortunately, many times where things are happening in a black hole. And there are other times when you have amazing journalism being done using Mariupol as an example in Ukraine, where an AP team, photographer and videographer, stayed under incredible risks to document what was going on. And the work that was coming out, if you remember the pregnant woman on the stretcher where the Russians said this was fake, using the same playbook as you heard here with the Market Massacre, oh, they're not real people that are killed and so on. In some ways, things have not changed at all. In other ways, things have changed dramatically. And then just jumping back just for this particular photograph to the kind of this idea of being connected to the subject. This woman is Nadia Halilovic, survived Srebrenica, but her husband and son were killed, and here she is outcrying against the Dutch soldier in anger about what had happened. When Ratko Mladic was at The Hague, and the day of his sentencing, whether he was going to be guilty or not, I was with her again in Potocari, watching with her and other mothers of Srebrenica for this justice that they had been waiting for. And as the verdict was read of guilty, almost a duplicate pose, she looked exactly the same, her arms were outstretched as she cried, a mix of relief, happiness, and of course continued sadness for what had happened. And my goal as a photographer is to create these images that will remain representative of situations, and the hope that you will remember them, your children will study them in school, and of course the hope is mostly that we learn from them and don't repeat the same mistakes that we made and that our parents made in the past.
So we can continue to go on like this forever. You know, yesterday we talked actually 4 hours altogether. Luckily, all of this was recorded, and I'll tell you about it sooner. But I wanted, Ron, to thank you for helping us open. As we said, we have no thesis. The purpose of our talk was just to open you up to this idea that all of us, as we sit here, we can really shape the reality, sometimes using different tools. So thank you, Ron.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. So, oh shit, where are you? So, just I want to mention that the Seven Foundation, one of the offices of the Seven Foundation is here in Sarajevo, and they also provide, well, different opportunities if you want to explore and learn more visual skills. Also, Ron is here with us and will be here with us today, tomorrow. Feel free to grab him and talk. I wanted to do a little announcement and say something that as Mixer, next week we'll be launching our regular podcast, basically to bring you different conversations with people who create stories. And one of the first conversations you'll be able to hear is actually the long version of this conversation with Ron. So expect an email or an announcement on our Telegram group regarding this. And since we touched the idea of this monopoly and creating, you know, But I remember when I was, because I'm one of those people who studied journalism, although everyone will tell you that you should never do it. I remember when I was starting, there were like different announcements on the wall saying, we're looking for TV people, we're looking for TV people. And when I was finishing, before just graduating, it was like, we are looking for YouTubers. And back then it sounded silly and so on, but these days we have many people who inform different societies, different audiences, sometimes even not calling themselves journalists, reporters, but at the same time providing the same kind of society need, which is to be informed. And in order to take us through how you can use, whether it's visual, understood as have your own YouTube show, whether it's to have your own podcast, how to make it immersive, we have the whole day of great creators from all around Europe, which we brought here for you today. And we'll be starting with Darka Hirna, who is already making her way to the stage. She runs a very popular channel, Faces of Independence in Ukraine. Hello. Hi. Here is the remote. If you have seen me fighting with it, all I can say is good luck. I think if you point it somewhere there, it works at the red dot. Just say something. Maybe you have to press something. Okay, this one.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Okay.
So tell us about your channel in one sentence.
It's not really popular yet, as you presented it, but I hope.
That says in your bio.
I hope that I'm on this way, you know. My name is Darka Hirna. Actually, I'm a journalist and documentarist. I'm a Kyiv-based journalist and former TV host of Ukrainian public broadcasting company. And today I want to show you my little presentation about my YouTube channel and how I actually switched the TV career to YouTube and why. But first, I don't know. I'm not sure that it's already on it.
Hold on. Let's see.
Okay, and a few sentences before I will start. Now in Ukraine, the most popular platform to get the news is actually YouTube and Telegram. So TV is not popular anymore, as it before full-scale invasion. Why? Because actually after the full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, the most popular TV channels united in one TV channel and started the TV marathon. And it's actually the common one TV program about current news and war events. And people just go to social networks and get the information there. But I just want to focus a bit on my topic because I have my focus is national memory policy, history, and Ukrainian liberation movement in the 20th century. Actually, about how Ukraine struggled to get the independence in the past centuries. And I will start from the 2014. Because we have the popular thoughts and discussions in Ukraine that our independence actually started not in 1991, but in 2013 when the Revolution of Dignity started. Because it was the first year when we started to reevaluate our history, our Soviet past. We try to reflect on what's happened with us in the last 100 at least years as a society, what we came through. And beside the revolution, we started, like Ukrainians started this decommunization process in Ukraine. So that means we started to demolish all the communist monuments and toponyms from our public space. Okay, and I don't know what is a former Yugoslavian country experience, but actually Ukraine, as a part of USSR, were struggled a lot. And here's some numbers of how many people we lost during this 70 years in USSR. I will not make a pause here. I will move on. And actually, how it looked by 2019, Ukrainians actually demolished 2,500 monuments of Lenin and other Soviet leaders. And that's interesting because you can see the west part of Ukraine is empty, almost empty, because it was done before 2013. It's a long story. But still, you can see the scale of this process. And also, 52,000 streets and areas were renamed by 2019. But still, it was a process on a civil society level. So not ordinary people usually took care about all of those topics of decommunization and history. But one of the most important things what happened during the revolution, that KGB USSR archives was declassified. So that means that journalists got the access to the millions of documents of USSR, and that means that we could start to research it actually into and to spread and debunk some Russian historical propaganda. But as I mentioned, it wasn't really popular. It wasn't popular on a society or wide level. It's paradoxic, but 1/3 of Ukrainians by 2020 felt nostalgia about USSR. It was obviously, it was warmed up by Russia and pro-Russian TV channels. And this guy, who is actually the close friend of Putin, I just want to mention that all of those media not exist anymore. And this guy was exchanged on our prisoners of war a few months ago. And the situation changed a lot. But in 2019, President Zelensky, who was a candidate into the president, he actually came with a narrative that there is no difference what views on history you have, because he wanted to unite Ukrainians from different groups and bubbles. And as long as 1/3 of Ukrainians felt nostalgia about Russia and USSR, he appealed also to those people. And that's how he wanted actually to unite the whole country. And it worked. He won the election. And he was one of the main narratives, not only. And here is my personal story, because I wanted to put some context that you understand what was going on in Ukraine all of those years, last years. And back to this time, to the president elections in 2019, I met Mykola Matusevich. He was unknown at this time, but he was a human rights activist in Soviet Union. And he was one of only 10 Ukrainians who founded the first human rights group to fight for human rights and against Ukrainian discrimination. And he spent actually 12 years in USSR labor camps, and nobody knew about him. So this dissident movement, as we call it, like the movement of people like him, It was really underestimated topic in Ukrainian media. People usually don't know who are they and that we actually had this story. And I realized that his living conditions actually really poor. So this guy actually did fight for independence of Ukraine, but he's unknown and he's poor. And this time I actually worked as a TV host for a Ukrainian public broadcast company. And it was basically, I was dependent on the rates, you know, and I had to cover the topics that actually society are interested in. And as you can see, the most popular TV topics a few years ago, it was like pensions, grocery, food prices, medication, and horoscopes. And the topics I was interested mostly, like reforms, human rights, and Ukrainian history, was the least popular TV topics. So I just decided to quit and focus on this national memory policy topic. Okay. Yeah, saying goodbye to TV. And that's how my YouTube started. Actually, we have now a very big boom of YouTube channels in Ukraine, and in particular, historical YouTube channels. There is a huge interest in history now because lots of Ukrainians, after full-scale invasion, just lost the cultural floor. Because they were really disappointed of how what Russia did. They didn't expect it. And I just decided to research how many dissidents, how many political prisoners, former political prisoners of USSR actually is still alive. And what is the living condition actually they have? How they live in their communities. Yeah. So I visited 18 cities and villages all around Ukraine and collected 41 stories about these people. And this is how I actually launched my YouTube. And as you can see, back to this time, that's how they usually lived. So it's pretty difficult to watch. So yeah, and now on my YouTube, there's a playlist, Ukrainian Dissidents. You can just get to know a bit closer if you're interested in. Yeah, that's how it looks like. I'm sorry I don't show the video because it's really hard from technical reasons. Okay, and by December 2021, there was only 3,000 subscribers. It wasn't a lot, but then full-scale invasion started, and the decolonization protest started. So we actually ended up with just decommunization and started to demolish all the Russian monuments and toponyms. And Zelensky actually really changed his narrative. The main narrative now is there are differences. Sorry for the mistake. And the parliament, recently parliament conducted the decolonization law. That means that the Russian imperial policy considered as a criminal. And Russian propaganda and symbols are banned. And as you can see, there's a few pictures of Pushkin's monument who were demolished. Yeah, that's what's happening now in the small and big communities in Ukraine, all around Ukraine. but mostly in the eastern regions. And it's interesting that people from the mostly Russian-speaking cities, they try to get rid of it as well. And that's why I started the blog about how we lived in USSR and how the USSR system showed the Ukrainians. So I actually raised the topics as how USSR cinematography made love at Ukraine culture, because it was very popular. Because in Soviet culture, nationalities were represented as funny, stupid, and so on. And Russian was something very, honored and privileged, obviously. Also, I started the topic that touches each family, each person in Ukraine, because it turned out that lots of people has lots of Russian books. And actually, I tried to research why our home library is full of Russian literature. When this turning point actually started in USSR, it was in 1960s, when the Brezhnev tried to make this Soviet human, Soviet nationality. And also, one of the main topic I raise, it's Russification of Ukraine, because as you can see on the picture, this popular meme in Ukraine, that's how Russian culture and language felt during the last 30 years, at least, when we already became an independent. As a person who actually was born in west of Ukraine, there was always, for me, a lack of Ukrainian press, Ukrainian literature, and for the last 8 years, it started to change. And this is a really important processes that should be covered, as I believe. And also, due to the war, our army was decommunized as well for the last 8 years. So all the symbols on military units was changed, and it has actually really deep historical roots. So it was interesting to research what each of them means and how far in the Ukrainian history it goes. And it's also one of the very good way to learn about Ukrainian history as well, on a battlefield. Okay. How my YouTube channel success is now? It's not really big. It's only 45,000 subscribers. There's lots of different historical YouTube channels in Ukraine, huge ones like History Without Myth. It's like the most popular YouTube in Ukraine now. But we have this segment of historical YouTube channels, and they are usually really popular. So on my way to spread to collect more subscribers. I have now weekly vlogs, interviews with military combats also. And these interviews, I try to focus on historical question, on revaluation of history and so on, because now lots of people, also in military, they also discover lots of new things about Ukrainian past. And why I focus on this topic, history and national memory policy, because as I mentioned, public request for revision of history in Ukraine is very high now. We have infinite number of unexplored archives. And actually, we have a lot more to do with the history, dehumanization, and decolonization. And why YouTube? Because obviously there is a lot of freedom. I get feedback from my audience immediately, and that helps me to get better in my coverage. I think this is the best time for Ukrainian YouTube now because it's rising up, and that's a good moment to start. So yes, that's my experience. Thank you for listening. I hope it was interesting.
Thank you very much. And you finished right on time. That's amazing. Okay, so we started with, when talking about creators, we started with YouTube. Now we are going to move into audio. Now let's see if I'm getting better. Wow, I am. If I'm getting better with this, almost. So we probably heard a lot about podcasts. Do you actually listen to podcasts? Who does? Okay, who doesn't yet? Okay, so we still have some couple of listeners to grab, but that's great. So podcasts have been going through, first they were niche, then they were just, some people listened to them, then they got mainstreamized, first of all in different markets, and then especially pandemic was very good to them, but I don't want to spoil a lot of what you will soon hear. So I would like to invite on stage Hanna Nemeckova from Czech Republic. Hello. You work for Seznam. Yeah, come on. Almost there. Yes. There you go. There is your microphone. Yeah, where we see the red dot? No, this one. Okay. So Seznam is the largest online media in Czech Republic. So, but it already says on your first slide, so I don't have to. I don't have to introduce you, so you can share your story. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Hanna, and I come to you from Prague, Czech Republic, from Seznam Zprávy, which is actually the largest independent online daily in Czechia. It was founded by Seznam. These are two different entities, but Seznam itself is something that we nicknamed the Czech Google because it started as a local search engine in the 90s and then it developed into a news gathering platform. And about 7 years ago, it got its own media ambitions, so they founded Seznam Zprávy, which throughout the years developed into this kind of a deep dive news medium. That means that we have a lot of investigative reporting, analysis, opinion journalism, and of course also podcasts. We are doing podcasts for about 3.5 years, and since then we became the Czech, I would say, leader in the segment of investigative and news and political content in audio. So just to give you a bit of a context how Seznam and Seznam Zprávy are big. Seznam reaches about almost 7 million real or unique users per month, while Seznam Zprávy has an audience of about 4.5 real users monthly. Czech Republic has 11 million of a population and an internet online penetration of about 87%, so Seznam is a really dominant player. And this is our podcast offer. So for the last 3 to 4 years, we've launched between 15 or 20 shows. I haven't counted properly, but the main topics are, of course, politics, investigative reporting. We have also a daily news podcast, and then we have we have also some topically fringe podcasts, like a culture podcast, football podcast, satirical podcast, or true crime podcast, which is a very popular genre all around the world, in Czechia too, just to have a complete offer, I would say. Our audience is quite big now. It generates about between 2 to 2.5 million downloads or web listens per month. The pink part of the graph are the web-based listens or plays of our podcasts. And the gray part, which is much, much bigger, is the third-party apps like Spotify, Apple Podcasts. That's where the majority of our audience is, and that's where the audience is still growing. Yeah. So how did it all start? I came to Seznam in September 2019, and by then, Seznam had this huge ambition focused on video journalism and also on this idea of having a TV channel combined with text reporting. That idea didn't kind of get off, and by November 2019 they decided to separate the video unit from the rest of the newsroom, and they decided to rebrand the whole media brand as this prestigious quality reading with the most well-known authors in the Czech Republic market and original reporting, something like New York Times, you would say. I came to Seznam that autumn, and I was tasked with audience building and engagement, but nobody told me what it means exactly, so I had social media in charge. I immediately launched some newsletters, but I thought immediately that we have to do podcasts because all of the other Czech media already started experimenting with it, and podcasts are one of the greatest audience or community builders, which we will see after in a few slides. Just to give you an idea about the Czech podcast market at the time, I think we jumped on that podcasting wave at the very last minute, because at the 2019 there were 500 new shows launched in Czechia. And then when the pandemic started, and that was a worldwide trend, the number of new podcasts jumped to over 1,000 that year. So we jumped on that wave, and we are riding it until now, but we'll see how the whole market is going to evolve, because this pandemic bubble is starting to burst a little bit, from which we've seen from the US data. As you can see, the number of new podcasts launched last year compared to the pandemic year of 2020 dropped by 80%. And there's also this another trend, which is going to be super interesting to follow and see how the podcast market is going to evolve, actually. Because there's a lot of layoffs and cutting off staff and investment in the whole media landscape right now in Czechia and in the US. I don't know about the Balkan situation. But for example, Spotify last week, they merged their Gimlet and Parcast podcasting units, and they are cutting off more staff and de-investing in their podcasting business. So we're going to see how it's going to play out. But for us in Czechia, it's actually good because we've already established a very strong audio brand. So we're going to see how this turns out. Yeah. So who listens to podcasts in Czechia? Just to give you an idea of the penetration, 60% of people say that they've listened to a podcast once in their life in the Czech Republic. From those 60 people, 7% listen to them daily, 16 couple of times a week, and about 15% once a week. Our audience, specifically related to Seznam Zprávy, is very typical, I would say, for a podcast listener because it's predominantly male. This is data from Spotify, which is our biggest platform, where we have most of our listenership, and the age bracket is most often between 28 and 34 years of age. This is something that relates to other data that I've seen from other countries, such as Slovakia, which is close to us, or the US. It's also very useful for our sales department because when they say that the usual consumer is male, millennial, educated from bigger cities, who is interested in the events around him, that's a good demographic that your clients will listen to, or it seems. Okay. Mom. Yeah. So, to our production. The first show that we experimented with and launched, We were very lucky because it became a hit almost immediately. At that time, most of the podcasts in the Czech Republic were just interviews. People asking another people, usually 30 minutes or 1 hour long. And I was kind of keen on this idea of pairing two hosts, discussing one topic and showing their expertise in a, I would say, friendly or informal way. And because our main topic is politics, and I knew that there was Lucie Stuchlíková and Vašek Dolejší, who are very experienced political reporters, and they also had their video show Xed, so they were a bit depressed. So I came to them and said, hey guys, I like listening to you when you're discussing some behind-the-scenes political stuff in the kitchenette, in the newsroom, and so let's go to the studio and try to bring this atmosphere to the studio and to audio. And they were like, okay. And what was amazing that the listeners reacted almost immediately to the atmosphere of the podcast and to the chemistry between the two reporters. Of course, it's an information-loaded podcast. It's not just chit-chat. It's not just gossip, although the gossip part is very, very important. And I think that this podcast showed our Czech colleagues that you can discuss politics in an informal, I'm not saying in a tabloid way, but in an informal way, and that the listeners really like it. If I'm gonna continue and tell you about our production models, there are a few ways. How we approach launching new shows. So this example was when we were working with our internal talent, when we scoped that there are two talented people that would be good on audio and that have already a relationship. We've also combined external talent with internal talent. For example, in our personal finance show called Ve Vatě, we've combined our business journalist Markéta Bidermanová with the then very well-known investor Radovan Vávra. Also, they were discussing the money matters in a more informal way, and it was also very successful. Nosiči vody is a football podcast, and there you can listen to one of the most renowned Czech football commentators combined with our own football expert from our newsroom. Then there's another category that I call or nickname a must-have, because when you have a catch-all, a news server like Seznam Zprávy is, there just are some formats that you have to serve most of your audience. One of them is a daily podcast, a daily news podcast. The 559 podcast is modeled on the Daily by the New York Times. I will talk about it a bit more later. Then we also have a Hard Talk political interview where we managed to attract Marie Baslová from Czech Public Radio to interview Czech politicians in a very direct and consistent way every day. We broadcast it also as a video, which is very important today to have a video part, but this is mostly a video format that we reuse as a podcast show too. Another production model, which I would like to show you, but is something that we call the blockbusters. Those are usually limited series or shows that have a higher production value, but also a great listener response. These shows, if I say it in other words, these shows are more expensive to make because you need an original script. We work with original sound design. We work with actors sometimes and audio archives. And usually these shows are limited series, about 10 episodes max. And actually the show České podsvětí, which is Czech Underground in English, is our most successful show to date. It has over 5 million listens in total. And it's actually a true crime series about the darker side of the 1990s in the Czech Republic when the organization crime started to grow. And there we combined the matador of Czech investigative reporting, Pepa Klíma, with a young YouTuber Adam Miklica, that we discovered on YouTube, and he was having a show about a very similar topic like Pepa originally reported in the 1990s. And the show was actually the biggest age listening bracket of the audience was 18 to 22 years old. It was a hit between youngsters who were fascinated with this part of history and rediscovered actually the work of Pepa Klima afterwards. Yeah, and the last part, sorry, I suck with this clicker. Yeah, is content exchange. This is something that we do to help ourselves, but also to different Czech NGOs, because even NGOs have podcasts. It's a very usual thing. So sometimes when the shows, when we see a new up-and-coming show that we would like to support, we offer them our website as a distribution platform. Yeah, monetization is something that we have to touch because, as I mentioned earlier, the financial situation in the media in general can be a bit depressing, so you have to think about your monetization model first. In Seznam Zprávy, it was a bit predisposed that we wouldn't have a subscription-based model, but we will have an ad-based model because all of our content is free and ad-based, so we follow the same model in audio too. The first way to monetize our content is through our web, because on this web we have our own audio player where we can dynamically insert and distribute audio ads throughout all of our web content, audio content. Sorry, you can the clients can buy advertising exclusive to one show or floating throughout all of our shows. The spots are usually short, about 20 seconds. And usually those are radio spots because Seznam also has 2 radio stations, so the sales team is trying to sell the same type of ad to 2 different mediums. Maybe if I have time, I will mention it more on later. But as I've shown you before, most of our listenership is in the third-party apps, and luckily our podcast hosting system, we use Transistor, allows us to build simple campaigns, usually with a pre-roll and a mid-roll distributed, and the ad listening performance is actually very good. It's better than on the web, but sometimes we have some very angry Spotify users writing to us because they're paying the premium version and they don't understand the fact that even podcast producers, independent podcast producers, can insert their own ads in their podcast. So sometimes we have some funny or tense exchanges on Twitter with them. Okay, so now to the most final part. What have you learned so far? Well, the first thing that we've learned is that, as I mentioned, we have a lot of podcasts, and to some newsrooms or media brands, it can seem a lot because usually media brands have one flagship podcast or like a few of them. Right now we have about 10 regular shows. I would say as long as you're growing, it's not a bad thing to have that many podcasts. We are still growing year to year, year on year. We've grown by 150% or something like that in total all across the platforms. And by having different shows, you have different audiences, you reach different communities, you reach different demographics. And also you're not threatened when a major star or the host of your podcast decides to leave your organization, or the format just simply runs its course. For example, the personal finance podcast Ve Vatě, we had to relaunch it with a different expert next to Markéta, because Mr. Vávra launched a new investment endeavor which was in conflict of interests with our show. Angličan was a show about Premier League, and unfortunately this colleague of mine became the main actor in a sexual harassment case in our newsroom. So of course this show was immediately discontinued, and there was like no question of even about continuing once everything surfaced up. And Kulturák was a very nice culture, digital culture and pop culture show, but the audience was lovely but very small compared to the KPIs that we had for this show and for the rest of our shows. So we had to discontinue it after about a year. Another thing, or another very interesting experience. Jeez. I don't know what happened. Back. Once more, yeah. Was with our daily news podcast, 559. I mentioned it a bit earlier that it's kind of a version on or riff on the Daily by the New York Times. And actually, it's a brand or a team that we've acquired. The host, Lenka Kabrhelová, is a very successful Czech public radio personality. And there at the Czech Public Radio, she launched the first podcast of this kind called Vinohradská 12. And she established a whole team and workflow around this show. But after a few years, she came dissatisfied with the working conditions at the Czech Public Radio, so we offered her and the whole team to come over to our newsroom and launch a very similar show. But still, even though we had the host, even though we had the know-how, we still had to build everything from scratch, because we realized pretty soon that the first show called Vinohradská 12, which continued on with another host, retained a lot of its original audience, and that we were actually fighting for the same audience with that podcast. So that led to more experimentation on the part of Lenka's team, and I think it was a great learning experience overall, but also a realization that the market is becoming more and more saturated, and then you're just fighting for the same people and their attention and their time. One of the greatest experiences definitely is live taping. It's something that the hosts and the listeners love both. The podcasting experience for journalists can be a bit isolating one, maybe, because you spend a lot of time in the studio, you don't get to see your listeners, but you just hear or read their feedback. And to meet them and discuss with them something face-to-face is invaluable, and also a very nice realization when there's like 400 people that come to see you because they love your show. And it goes both ways, because the fans really want to just hang out with the hosts and share some thoughts with them, give them feedback personally. And that's something that was also seen in the digital space during the pandemic. We've experimented a lot with Twitter Spaces and live audio, which isn't the same as the live experience, of course, but at least it's a two-way thing, because people can discuss together, and that's something that the podcasting shows and listeners love. There's also the possibility of recording the live taping, of course. I have to say, after you hear a few of them, they're not that great, actually, because usually they're longer. The hosts are repeating the same thing that they've already said in their regular show, and they're a bit high on adrenaline, so sometimes their performance is not that great. But hey, it's a free episode, so if you want it, use it. And the last observation that we've learned, or that I have, is trust. It's something that I've mentioned earlier or throughout the presentation, is that the podcast journalists or hosts are very connected to their audience and their listeners, and it goes vice versa. I've also found this statistic by Pew Research, which confirms that podcasts or audio journalists are much more connected to their audience than TV journalists or online journalists, for that matter. And so sometimes feedback in the news media can be easily dismissed, especially when it comes on social media. But for the podcast journalists or audio journalists, I would say that they value this feedback much more. And I mentioned in the beginning, or in the monetization part, that our sales team strategy was to use the same ads, the radio ads, and as the podcast ads. But the radio ads are a bit different. You know, in radio, the ad has to be more dynamic, louder. The host usually screams at you in a way. And our podcast listeners actually didn't like it, and they sent us immense feedback on these two campaigns that followed, and that were just very radio specific. So we with the podcast journalist, with our podcast host, we took that feedback and wrote, together with the sales department, we wrote a manual to our clients how to build and record better podcast ads. And we have a few first successful case studies that the listeners actually listen to these types of apps longer and have a greater response to the message of the ads. So yeah, it goes both ways. And that's everything. So any questions?
Thank you very much. Sorry for the remote struggle. Okay, guys, please find Hannah during the break, because right now we are breaking for lunch, which is going to happen for those who are here not for the first time. It's the usual place, Piwnica, which is, I think, like 7 minutes walking from here. Just follow the crowd. And then we are gathering again at what, 3 p.m., Olya? Yes, 3 p.m. we resume. Thank you very much for this part. Bye-bye.